We'll just make sure all audio is working as per usual. There's always some technical difficulties with this setup, so we'll just give it a minute. I can say, Gypsy Trisha, you've joined us. How are you? No. I'm literally just clicked live just then. So you've come to the perfect timing. I'm just making sure everything works. So I think we're good to go. Just give me 1 second. We're gonna get the stream up on Discord as well. Hold on 1 moment. Alright. So picture should be up in Discord for you, Trisha. Awesome. Alright, well. Yes, well, I'm trying to make everything a little bit more pro. Still plenty to do, plenty to go, Trisha. It's been a bit all over the place the last couple of weeks, but I've got a couple of little things to share with you. Before we jump into the episode, I think I worked out what Bob Hope is. In fact, rather than telling you the story, I think it's easier to show you. Let's quickly... We're going to quickly just give us a second. Because I also got all the Blu-rays for The Office, so I've switched everything now to HD, and it's been a huge mission in itself. What's the episode I'm looking for? I'm looking for Beach Games. That's what I'm looking for. Was it season... Beach Games season 3. I think it is season 3. Excuse me. All right, here we go.
If you can go, tell you. I don't know. Fun. The aspect of my job that I think is the most important, something I call the Bob Hope factor.
Who's Bob Hope?
God.
So did you? Can you hear the You can hear that. Okay. So, did you hear the delivery? So, for those who are just tuning in now, because we've got a few people tuning on YouTube, right? So, before we're going to be analyzing sexual harassment, which is the second episode of the second season of The Office. But I was just telling everyone how I think I've worked out Bob Hope. We've got a strong motif around Bob Hope. Like off the top of my head, we have Bob Hope, referenced, I think, 1 or 2 times in the first season. And then I think we referenced Bob Hope again in the last episode, which was the Dundies. If I'm correct, don't quote me on this, but we have heaps of mentions to Bob Hope, right? And we I think you were on the last chat, Trisha, when we were discussing like what is the deal with Bob Hope, and we sort of, we looked a little bit into who Bob Hope is, and obviously me being Australian and Bob Hope being seemingly like, that's right, yeah, he's like the some sort of 50s or 60s, I don't know, even 70s television show. Mid-80s. Okay, so mid-80s is still just slightly before my time, but nevertheless, I still, based on this delivery that we're going to see in a second, which we just saw, right? I think Bob Hope is a symbolic thing, right? Let's listen to this one more time.
The Bob Hope factor.
Who's Bob Hope?
God.
So can you see how this is a perfect example of one of the elements of the Scranton Strangler mystery, which is the secret language of Hollywood. And one of those secret language elements is script manipulation, right? So this is a perfect example of it. Who's Bob Hope? And then we hear Michael say, God, right? We'll play one more time.
The Bob Hope factor.
Who's Bob Hope?
God.
So I think Bob Hope is God, right? I think Bob Hope is God, but like, maybe more in a sense like Hope itself is God. I don't know if you're picking up one of... Yeah. And then he ends it with God. Well, see, I think he says God is fourth. It was Bob Hope, Bono, who was... I forget who the second person was. But it's possible that all three of those are perhaps symbolic of God. So I'm not sure. I just think... So it's still a bit early in the morning here, Trisha, so my brain's got to wake up as well, right? But I think that's pretty straightforward because that is a massive part of this mystery, which is the script manipulation, right? We can hear that delivery there. Who's Bob Hope? And then we sort of have Michael in the background saying God. I think it's pretty straightforward. Bob Hope is God. Now, I guess how much further that fits. It's at the moment I just call it a light hypothesis, is what I'd call it, because this sort of, I was ripping these Blu-rays onto my PC. I'm up to this episode. I'm just testing out the files. I stumble across this, and I'm like, it makes sense. Bob Hope is God. But see, the other thing, because I've discussed this already, I think, on a post online where we're discussing how perhaps Bob, or the name Bob, because it's, obviously a derivation of, or a shortened version of the name Robert, right? And if we go back to that sort of play on words element, Robert, Robber, this is just what's, what I've been, what's been sort of, going on through my mind. So if we go back to that possible interpretation, the robber of hope, it could be perhaps the creators accusing God of being a robber of hope. This is, yeah. Well, that's the thing, right? So we've got, Bob Vance, right? Robert California, Bob Kazamakis, Bob Hope, Robert Dunder, Robert Mifflin. We've got Bert, that's Robert California's son, right? Who is also pretty much a Robert, right? Bert. Who else? Who else do we have? I remember that post, right? The name Robert forms a huge motif, and I think I think I actually responded to that post with pretty much with what I'm going to say now at this stage, anyways. And as I said, I won't call it a confirmed hypothesis, but you have a strong similarity between Robert. We got to remember that using names is another part of that secret Hollywood language, right? We inject additional meaning, or we inject additional concept through how we name our characters. It's a bit of a shitty example, but I think Eric Draven from The Crow, it's just the first example that comes to my mind. Like, obviously his... and I need to watch that movie again, mind you. But you have the Crow being his like spiritual side, and then his name happens to be Eric de Raven. Draven, the Raven, and Crows. It's all very similar. So this is just something that what what it well, this was just more just a general. I just felt because we discussed Bob Hope a couple of times, stumbled across this, and I just thought I'd start off because obviously this is Beach Games is in season 3, so we're not even up to there yet, right? But I think just for the sake of discussion, I did want to share that I think Bob Hope could be God. That's or it, because God can be synonymous with hope. Look, it depends on your spiritual affiliation. See, but here's the thing: I would say that, and I'm not sure if you saw last fortnight's rewatch, right? But I was discussing how, or at least in a part of it, I discussed how I wouldn't call the creators of The Office pro-God. I wouldn't necessarily call them anti-God, but I wouldn't call them pro-God. And I'm talking as individuals. Do you know what I mean? And I talk about this because I think it's important to understand the intentions of creators. It doesn't matter, and biases as well, I guess you could say. Do you know what I mean? And obviously everyone's obvious, and a lot of this stuff may sound cliche. Trish, I guess I'm very conscious of the age we live in, right? Everyone's obviously entitled to their opinion. For us, as investigating this scenario, right, the reason I mention the creator's perspective on God is we need to somehow make sense of everything, Trisha, right? To repeat the example I think that I used in the last rewatch, right, there's a scene in this show where Michael, it's in a deleted scene, Michael's in the conference room, I forget the episode now, but he's getting asked about God, and he says that God is all the colors, because somebody asked him what color God is, right? And then Michael says he's all the colors, and then he says which is white, right? So there's a couple of things being said there. You gotta stick. My mind's still in the wake up mode, right? But there's a couple of things being said there, right? The first is, right, all the colors. That's when you have all the primary colors. This is something that we do when we're sort of super young. You have all the primary colors on that color circle, and then your teacher would spin that color circle together, and then that makes the color white. That's just one of the things that happens in this universe, right? You spin the wheel, all the primary colors together turn white. Now, all the colors, so the rainbow colors are, what is that sort of synonymized with in the modern day, Trisha, or at least for the last couple of decades? What's the rainbow? That's right. Now that brings us back to the theme of The Office, which is working in an office is fucking gay. Gay meaning lame. We're going to be getting to that episode soon, Gay Witch Hunt, at the end of this season, right? But what we're ultimately being told, to go back to the point, right, by saying that God is all the colors, right, and comparing God to that LGBTQ flag, the creators are basically saying they think God is lame, right? Another thing that backs this up is when Michael says God is white. This now brings us to the Hollywood penis matrix. If you remember the Hollywood penis matrix, we use race to symbolize, really, in a nutshell, it's probably the easiest way to describe it is strength or weakness, right? But we're using penis symbology to communicate that, black men colloquially or stereotypically have the biggest penises, Asian men have the smallest penises, and we just use that scale, which sounds silly, but we use that scale to communicate a concept, right? So when we again, I'm sort of hovering very vaguely around something here, right? But going back to the point, right? If we've worked out Bob Hope is God, right? But we've also got a scene in the show which suggests that the creators think that God is gay, or in the sense of being lame, right? And we've also got a scene that would say that God is white, because remember, you don't want to be white in Hollywood, because the Hollywood penis matrix, the strong character, or the character that is, according to the creator, the way one should be is black. So the fact that they make God white is like it's a tiny, they're saying God basically has a tiny dick, right? They're not pro God. But then somehow, so now to sort of wrap this huge thing, because I always like to waffle on a bit, right? Somehow we need to now connect this, because I do feel fairly strongly, based on that little clip that we saw, that Bob Hope is God, at least symbolically. Do you know what I mean? So how do we make sense of that? How do we make sense of what I believe, based on deleted scenes, that the creators of the show are probably more, probably subscribe more to a secular humanist philosophy that's also given to us through the deleted scenes, right? So there's, like any artistic piece, an artistic piece can speak a lot to its creator, you know. But anyway, rather than continuing that, we'll start sexual harassment. I just thought I'd mention that because it's like, I don't know, I feel strongly there, Trisha, that that we are onto something there. I'm pretty sure that's, that the way that script is delivered, who's Bob Hope, and then you hear Michael in the background say God. We have that reference that you brought up when Michael's talking about his inspirations. He mentions Bob Hope, he mentions Bono, he finishes it with God. Could it be that all those particular characters are used to symbolize God? Like, sounds silly, but it could just be another part of Hollywood's language. I mean, Hollywood's language isn't all serious. Do you know what I mean? Like, we got the penis matrix, for example, and there's these sort of cool things we do with stereotypes. So anyway, we'll jump into it. I just thought that something to keep in mind, and maybe for your rewatches, if you hear more of Bob Hope, and maybe just keep in mind that God comparison. Yep. Audio-wise, okay. What's going on? There's always something up. All right, give me a second. Is my vocal soft? Or is it... No? I'm wondering if that's an internet... There's always some technical issue going on here. Always. It's so annoying. All right, let's... You're gotta give me a second. Yeah, I think it is an internet issue, actually. I got super low. I'm going to do this. Sorry, give me 1 sec. Yeah, it's definitely an internet thing. Just give me 1 sec. Fuck, come on, where is it? I'm just trying to get like the hotspot on my phone going, because the phone's always got less issues. All right, you still there? Can you hear me? All right, this should now be better. So, yeah, some crackle still. Let me try one more thing then, if we're still getting crackle. Okay. I've changed the input sensitivity now. Is that, I don't know, is it still crackling? I'm not sure if we're going to get any better than this. Still. Okay. I got to get this somehow sort of. Every time there's some issue, it's so annoying. It really is. All right, well, we'll jump into it. If it gets unbearable, Trish, let me know. And, I don't know, I'll try something else. Because I've just... Yeah, we're streaming. We're connected now via hotspot, right? So I can maybe try a different phone or something. All right, here we go. Sexual harassment. Same intro sequence. Obviously, still got to get through the rest of that. I'll jump ahead through this. Just gonna turn this down a tad. So let's maybe just start, from the basic concept. Because we've got to keep in mind, now that we sort of understand our theme, or at least I'm very, very confident that's the theme that we're dealing with. Right? Working in an office is fucking gay, gay meaning lame. And every episode is another aspect of how gay it is to work in an office, right? And one of those things is sexual harassment, right? And excuse me, obviously I wouldn't say that sexual harassment is solely linked to the office, right? Obviously this thing can happen anywhere, but I don't know what you think, Trish. In my mind, I certainly do have a connection to the office and to sexual harassment. I mean, let's just look at it. I think it's best to look at it from a woman's perspective. Actually, when you look at someone like later on in the series, Erin goes out with Gabe. Right now, Gabe, being her superior, has asked her out on a date. She probably, she says this in the episode, that she wouldn't have said yes unless it was her boss. Right, so you have this sort of, I'd say it's repeated in American Psycho. It's a repeated motif when it comes to sort of communicating what life is like in an office, especially from a woman's perspective. There is this sort of pressure on women, like, oh, if my boss has asked me out for a coffee, I've got to go down because he's my boss, or, many examples like this where I certainly think women feel pressured to sort of, because it sort of makes sense. Nobody wants to piss their boss off. Do you know what I mean? Your boss has asked you out to go for a coffee. You can't expect a chick to, like, if she knocks back the boss, his ego might get in the way, and then she's all of a sudden got a hard work life, and it's not fair. So that's just sort of one aspect. Another thing we have happened throughout this series, there's a lot of butt slaps. I mentioned this in the last fortnight's rewatch, right? We've got so many people getting butt slapped. And it's just in a work environment, it's inappropriate. You can't go going around butt slapping people, right? So we've obviously got that level. We talk about sexual harassment. And when I finally get to the story of what happened to me in my last workplace, because that's a big part of this mystery, Trisha, is actually me sharing that story. And it is a part of the mystery. There's too much shit going on in my life. For me to, well, it's not really exactly how it is. It's just keeping it simple, right? So, but sexual harassment is a part of my story as well. Believe it or not, even as a man, I wouldn't say it's more fucked up as a man. It's just as fucked up as a man, right? So, completely makes sense why we have an episode dedicated to sexual harassment. Happens all the fucking time in an office environment. Tends to happen also from these sort of higher ups who feel they're invincible, and tends to also be mostly men, although the story I'm going to share, Trisha, wasn't, it was women sexually harassing me. More than just sexually harassing. More fucked up shit, actually, completely fucked up. But we'll get to that at the right time, right? So let's, completely makes sense. We've got a sexual harassment episode. It's just, you got to have one. If you're going to be making a show about an office, we got to be talking about sexual harassment at some point, right?
Hey, what's up?
Hey.
Any emails today?
I don't think so.
No?
So even that, just straight from the get-go, any emails today? I don't think so. Like, what's happening in this office, Trish, where, like, I don't know, even if it is the morning, I don't care what time it is. Like, what type of office is this where you've walked in and you don't have one email? Do you know what I mean? And that's often, I wouldn't say that's the first time that's sort of been brought up to us. When Erin is going through Michael's computer and she's asking him, do you want to delete this? Do you want to keep this? Do you want to delete this? He doesn't seem to have too many either. Nobody seems to have that many emails or that much work here. And I think from a surface narrative, I do still believe it's a critique on office workers that they don't do shit, right? That they really don't do anything. Certainly in the place that I work, the whole job was to just shift your shit off to somebody else. That was basically the job. Your job was to find somebody else to do your job. That's how it worked, right?
Check your spam folder.
Oh, there it is.
What?
50 signs your priest might be Michael Jackson. Well done.
So I think Michael Jackson, forms a motif in the show. Now, that should actually make sense. I'm going to let you answer this one, Trish, and I'll give you a clue, right? It comes down to the Hollywood penis matrix. What happens to Michael Jackson in his life? What's the biggest thing that's, like, unfortunately, the biggest thing to... Yeah. Yeah. We'll stick with the first one. And the second one, believe it or not, being a child abuser does have something to do with this mystery as well, right? We're going to be talking about, how we think as children. And when we get to Scott's Tots, I'm not sure if we discussed this, right? But Scott's Tots is seen by the uninformed office fan as, where we're dealing with a black community. Maybe they are, disadvantaged, right? Or from a lower socioeconomic background. I mean, those are all let's be honest, those are the stereotypical points of view. That's why people think, that's why people think we have an episode. Let's go back to the Hollywood penis matrix, right? We're going to come back to the Michael Jackson example in a moment, right? But from the Hollywood penis matrix, what we have is a whole bunch of kids, right? And most of the kids are black. And what we're really being told, right, is when we were kids, we had dreams, right? You wanted to be, like in Scott's Tots, where he one of the kids say that he wants to be the president, the first black president. Do you know what I mean? When you're a kid, you want to be a rock star, or you want to be in a movie, or you have proper dreams. And because you have proper dreams, when you're a kid, you have a big dick. This is why everyone in Scott's Tots is black. They're all dreaming. Do you know what I mean? We've got big dreams for the future, right? and there's a couple of white kids is there, and that's symbolic. There's always a couple of gay kids who want to work in an office. Those are the kids in that. Those white kids are the tiny dicked, I want to work in an office kids. But everybody else, normal kids, no normal child ever at the age of 7 or 8 says, I want to work in an office when I grow up, right? So that's the same application of the penis matrix, right? Race is used symbolically in Hollywood. Now, to go back to the two things Michael Jackson is known for, we'll ignore the second, but it's the turning from black to white. Now, applying the Hollywood penis matrix, Trisha, why do you think that character is so important? Why do we have a Michael Jackson motif when considering the theme of The Office and the Hollywood penis matrix? What do you think we're ultimately being told? And when you consider Scott's Tots, Scott's Tots, what do we start off? We all start off as black kids. All of us. It's irrelevant, except for the few, unless your dream was to work in an office, which at most kids it's not, right? We all start off as black kids, and then we grow up, and then what happens to us? What happens to us? Well, what happens to a lot of people, Trisha? And, think of the Michael Jackson comparison. What happens to sort of most people? What's the process here? Are you picking up what I'm putting down here? Yes, well, I think that's the part. You give up on your dreams, and from the Office creators, though, because if having big dreams equals having a big dick, well, what does giving up on your dreams mean? That's right. Or one could say that you Michael Jacksoned, right? You started off as black, and you changed to what? White. That's the whole Michael Jackson motif, right? That's the we're going to be talking more about actual Michael Jackson actually from an artistic perspective, because I think one of the a lot of things are said about Michael Jackson, but I don't think his and this may sound counterintuitive, but I don't think his artistic side is referenced enough. I mean, everybody always talks about his. And this is a very controversial point of view that I'm about to say, Trisha, to make it clear, right? But oftentimes people say he turned white because he had that skin disease, like, I forget the name of it now, right? So he bleached his skin because the skin disease was making it uneven or whatever. Some other people have said that he had maybe just mental issues from having dealt with so much racism, and his father was super hectic. I'm not sure if you know, Michael Jackson's dad seemed a little bit fucked up, right? But the third reason, and I'm going to be doing a separate movie on this in the future, right, is could it be an artistic choice, right? And I know that sounds mental, but we've got to think, Michael Jackson is part of sort of what I call the pre-internet internet. Internets have always existed throughout history. It's just, 1,000 years ago it was internet by horse, and it took fucking months to send an email. Do you know what I mean? That's how I see that. We always have internets, right? So Michael Jackson is from this other sort of age of internet, and I don't know. I'm not going to spend too much time talking about this. I just think that the troll factor of having someone change from black to white, release a song that's called, it doesn't matter if it's black or white. Like, it's too many coincidences there for me to just say the guy's mad. Do you know what I mean? That's what people do. Anyway, back to the analysis. So that's the sort of, I think it's important to spend a little bit of time talking about the Hollywood penis matrix. We're going to be referring back to the Hollywood penis matrix almost in every single movie that we ever make. It is incredibly important to this mystery, right? Elements like Michael Jackson, somebody who was black changing to white. It fits into the motif of androgyny, this motif, because the equivalent of a black man turning into a white man, the symbolism going on there is we go from big dick to small dick. It's the same thing when we go from a man to a woman, that's that androgyny. Remember, we have this sort of transsexual motif we've discussed as well, and it's exactly, in effect, it's the same symbolism, but just done this time not through race, but via gender. Again, these are all sort of stereotypes. It doesn't mean just because sort of, the stereotype is that females are the weaker sex. Hollywood uses stereotypes. It doesn't mean that, now every woman in cinema is weak. I mean, let's look at Beatrix from Kill Bill. It's not how it works, right? It's not as straightforward as just, okay, all black people are the strong in the movies, all the women are the weak characters. It's not exactly that straightforward, right? But as we start doing the movies and people sort of link into the Hollywood language, you sort of have to pick, you have to sort of interpret things with a little bit of discretion. You know what I mean? And the creators will give you clues via motif or scripting and all this sort of stuff, right? So, but anyway, that's why we have got this Michael Jackson motif throughout the series. It's very much linked to the penis symbolism. It's almost, I'd say, entirely linked to that. The reason why we keep on bringing that up is because that's what his primary. Well, it's as you said, it's both. It's a child molestation and it's the turning from black to white. The child molestation also has a huge part. Let's not forget pedophilia, although it's sort of played off a little bit, because people tend to sort of, for whatever reason, and they shouldn't do this. I certainly don't do this. Everybody always likes to suck their own dick, right? But I definitely, this is not something that I'm guilty of. But just when it comes to sort of female pedophiles or females that are into younger people tend to just sort of not be as critical, I think, as opposed to men. So when we look in the series, probably the most sort of pedo-y vibe, there's two. The more sort of surface narrative is Jan. Remember when Jan gets with Dwight Jr. and Hunter as well. Actually, you're right, Hunter as well. Right, so she seems to show an affinity for younger. Now they're obviously legal, Hunter and but the implication is there, right? The more scary one, I think I mentioned this already, and I just churns my stomach even mentioning the example though. But it's when Sasha comes into work, bringing Doodle to work day. There's a really disturbing scene between Michael and Sasha, right? Now, this whole inclusion of pedophilia into the mystery, I think it sort of links back into that Scott's Tots, where you have this young mind that has not been raped, or, you know what I mean, had these concepts injected into it, and then, the young mind does end up getting raped, and then what happens? They're convinced that you got to go to college, or, you know what I mean, you got to get this office job, and, this is the real molestation that we're talking about. There's giving up on your dreams and, working for Tranicle. Yeah, that's right. That's exactly what it is. It's exactly what it is. Then that is akin by the creators to molestation. It's a mind fuck. I think that's a great way to put it. So that links into that sort of Michael Jackson element as well, and it's something that I have been avoiding covering the pedophilic side, because remember, I wouldn't count pedophilia as sex, right? But at the end of the day, there is a sexual element, and everything is sex. This is why we got the Bob Kazamakis sex investigation squad, just to remind everyone. That's the squad you're a part of, Trish, and that's why we've got the Bob Kazamakis. It's all aspects of sex, right? So transsexualism, heterosexuality, homosexuality, pedophilia, anal sex. Anal sex is talked about just because of, working in an office. It's like getting fucked in the ass. Blowjobs. You've mentioned a couple of blowjob examples on our Reddit page. And blowjob's a huge motif. And obviously, why? Because that's the whole, black market economy in an office runs off blowjobs. Do you know what I mean? It's like you need something done in your life. You got to give someone a blowjob. Do you know what I mean? It's a big circle jerk of blowjobs. The office world, right? So back to the point. Same thing with pedophilia, right? Everything links back into that theme of working in an office is fucking gay. Specifically, fucking gay. It's like we got to think when we say that type of sentence in our private lives, Trisha, we go, that's fucking gay, right? And that's how the theme is also, that's the statement. That's how it's put together. And that's why we have so much sex. It's the word fucking. Working in an office is fucking gay. That fucking sends us into the sexual element, if that makes sense. Because think about it this way. This is how I envision things would have happened with the inner circle. You know, I envision Greg Daniels would have been the sort of one who takes charge with the most experience, right? And then they decide on their theme. You know, working in an office is fucking gay. You know, gay meaning lame. Using gay how it was sort of used in the 90s, right? And then they break down that theme. All right, so fucking gay. All right, what are all the different types of ways you get fucked in the office? And this is where all these concepts now are sort of ported in by the writers. All right, how do you get fucked in the office? You get fucked in the ass, you get fucked in the mouth, you know, your wife gets fucked, you know, and it's just non-stop examples of how you're getting screwed. And this is why we have so much sex. That's why this show's so creative. And anyway, bit of a digression there. We'll continue.
Well done. Topical.
I am king of forwards.
So topical makes me think, was that the year Michael Jackson died? This would have been around 2005. I think Michael Jackson died around then, didn't he? Let's quickly just have a look. 2009. All right. Never mind. I guess that's a bit wrong. We'll continue.
It's how I like to do business. Everybody joking around. We're like friends. I am Chandler and Joey, and Pam is Rachel, and Dwight is Kramer.
All right. Excuse me. Really important scene, actually. I'm glad this one came up. Been wanting to talk about this one to someone for yonks. So, one of the big elements of the, and just for those who are tuning in and just to reiterate, right, one of the key elements of the Scranton Strangler mystery is that it's a crash course in film. Right, remember, we've got a huge, strong motif around what do you know about film, who's an actual cinephile, taking film education courses, and the actual film education course is a motif, believe it or not. That has repetition, crash course in film and all this, right? One of the biggest elements of that is inter-source comparison. So what I mean by that is, like, if we know, I'll give you an example, Trisha. All right, so if we know that the theme of The Office is working in an office is fucking gay, right? And you and I both know that. Now, let's say you were making a movie and you wanted to do a comparison. So let's say, if, I don't know, maybe your movie's based in, I don't know, what's an example? Just some other shit job, some other job that you think is shit. All right, and then you want to make a parallel between this other shit job and working in an office, right? What you could then do is you make references to the Office TV show in your TV show, right? Sounds simple, but really, because it happens all the time. You've always got, you know, musicians referencing other songs, or movies referencing other movies, or TV shows referencing other TV shows. It's standard. But that goes beyond just a cultural reference. Do you know what I mean? This is not just some empty... It's not for the purposes of humor. It can be, but it's not just something as simple as that. In order to understand those cross-references, you really need to understand the original source material. So, you know, sounds, I guess... It should sound obvious, right? I'll give you one example of this. Let's go to American Psycho. I'm not sure when the last time was that you saw that movie, right? But in the sort of earlier part of that movie, Patrick Bateman is watching, or there's a scene when he's working out and he's watching Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Have you seen the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, the original? No. Okay. So neither did I. Well, it's funny you say that because I also didn't usually watch horror movies, believe it or not. And I mean that sincerely. I think they're negative. I don't need to see I'm someone who watches The Office. We're Office watchers, Trish. Do you know what I mean? We're not watchers of gore. We're watchers of something that we want to laugh at, right? I only started watching horror after this language was given, right? And because horror, just to talk about horror as a genre momentarily, horror tends to be used as a genre when you've got a theme that's horrific. What we're going to find out by the end of this investigation is this isn't really a comedy show, right? We're actually watching a horror. The Office is a horror show, right? But without the gore, without the slasher gore that you sort of see on film, right? But back to the point around cross-referencing. Yeah, go for it. No, you go for it, Trish. What were you going to say? Yeah, I've seen a couple of those. Yes. Yeah, that's in the case of The Office, right? If we compare, let's say, to a classic horror movie, though, right? You can often, if you're wanting to communicate a horrifying truth or reality, and when I say horrifying, when we talk about horror movies, we usually think of, it's stereotyping, but we think of blood, gore, slasher, I don't know, some sort of just wacky, weird shit that just is unnerving. And I'm like you, I'd rather watch a comedy. That's my genre, is comedy. That's the one. Really? Super depressing, really. I'm Yeah, interesting you say that. I can't do too depressing because I'm already too depressed as standard. No, I need a distraction. I can't. I guess you're like the double negative. Two depressions make a happy, whereas I'm just a double depression, right? But fair enough. Well, excuse me. Well, to go back to that horror element, right? The significance of it. So if we compare to something like Texas Chainsaw Massacre, right? That movie, at its essence, what it's really about, isn't about some chainsaw freak family and all this sort of stuff. Right? What it's really about is the life of a stay-at-home wife in the sort of, late 60s in Texas, where she does all the cooking, she does all the cleaning, right? And then her husband is the one who's the breadwinner, and her husband comes home and then says to her, he uses all of her cooking and cleaning against her. It's like, all you've been doing all day is cooking and cleaning. I've been, at work slaving for the money, right? The least you can let me do is fuck you in the ass. And I mean it. That's the whole movie is about, a husband badgering his wife for anal using, sort of psychologically guilt tripping things. That's the whole fucking movie. And the theme can be sort of summed up as, women don't want to get fucked in the ass, in a nutshell. It's probably not the best way to put it, right? Now, why am I mentioning that? We're going to be reviewing that movie, actually, right? Because that would be considered one of your classic horror movies. Once you understand it, once you understand the Hollywood language, there's not really such thing as a horror movie anymore. And what I found happen to me now is there's no such thing as any genre of movie anymore. All genres cease to exist once you understand the Hollywood language. I'm not going to talk more about that now because it's really going to pull me aside, right? But back to the main point. That's the story of Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Texas Chainsaw Massacre now gets referenced in American Psycho. All right, because the chainsaw, chainsaw is like, when you think of, I'm really complicating things now, but chains, you got to think of chains in terms of like chains, like shackles, right? And then a chain saw, if you just think in a more literal sense, a chainsaw would be the saws you get from your shackles. Do you know what I mean? Like SORE. Yeah, like, well, if the chains are off, I'm just sort of talking more the sort of symbolic value of a chainsaw itself. Remember, chainsaws form their own motif in The Office as well. We have the Utica Chainsaw Massacre and heaps of references to chainsaw. The chainsaw is a very specific tool, and when you look at the literary aspect of it, chainsaw, chainsaws, and you have to think in symbolic terms, right? I'm really digressing here, but back to the point, which is back to the movies. So the reason we see this in American Psycho is it is a callback to that. See, because another element of Texas Chainsaw Massacre is the cannibals in the movie. What they do is they get these women, they hang them up like meat, like literally like the carcass of a cow, and then they cut them up and they eat them, right? And obviously that's fucked up, but we're not talking about real cannibalism, right? We are talking about symbolic cannibalism. Remember what I said the theme of that movie was, and it's really comparing the man as just butchering and devouring a woman's body like some beast. Do you know what I mean? Just like it's flesh to be. Do you know what I mean? Not that there's to be consumed. Not that there's there's another human being on the inside of all this flesh and bone and blood, right? So, that's the reference back into American Psycho is the same thing, because American Psycho, he also uses a chainsaw in the movie, and he also cuts up body parts, and that's the whole sort of. It's a repeated concept of sort of men, she's got a nice butt, for example, I'll chainsaw her butt off. Do you know what I mean? Or she's got a pretty face, I'll cut her head off, and that's the part I like. Or she's got nice this, she's got nice that, and it's about this dissection of the human body, which men do to women, cutting them into pieces. This is good, this is no good, blah 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 blah. Back to the point. So this is one way that, we have Texas Chainsaw Massacre, which I think is made 1969 or early 70s, something like that. And then you have American Psycho, which is made in the early 90s. And we have a moment in that movie where we reference the other movie. So you have to understand the real meaning of that movie. You have to understand the symbolism of Texas Chainsaw Massacre. You have to properly understand it. Like, not surface level. We have to properly understand it to a Hollywood level. Then, and only then, can you understand its inclusion in an American Psycho. Right? This is a huge part of Hollywood's language. Now let's consider what we've just listened to here. Right? We've got a comparison to Friends. Let's listen to it one more time.
King of forwards. It's how I like to do business. Everybody joking around. We're like friends. I am
It's like Friends.
And Joey. And Pam is Rachel. And Dwight is Kramer.
So, I never really watched Friends. I watched Seinfeld, to be honest. Right? Why? What? Did you watch one or the other? Really? No, go for it. I, to- I I totally agree with you. They're very different shows. So that's an interesting little story, actually, Trish, knowing your background with those two shows. Mine was because back in those days, I was a very young kid when Seinfeld was live, right? Um, but because I guess it's a bit of family history. We weren't allowed to had a super strict upbringing. We weren't allowed to watch as kids The Simpsons, or we couldn't watch normal kid stuff. But just based on sort of timing and when school ended and when shows were here and in Australia, just Seinfeld was just became a big thing for me and my sister at the time. Personally, I look as an individual. Look, it's hard to judge people when you haven't met them. I guess I wouldn't say I necessarily like or hate Jerry. Do you know what I mean? I think I'm indifferent in that sense. But regarding the comedy, I do find Seinfeld very very funny. I mean, I'm somewhat not as big a fan of Curb Your Enthusiasm, which is obviously Larry David's little thing. I'm not sure if you've watched that at all, but um, very much Larry David's style, right? So I guess you could say I sort of understand their humor, and I don't know. I'm a Larry David fan. No, no, well, they're all this. Yeah, yeah. Go on. $17-year-old. Yeah. Look, I can't say I've seen too much of Jerry. I've seen some random stuff. I certainly think Jerry is stuck a little bit in a different time. I'll give you that much, Trish. I think, like, because see, one of the biggest one of the most interesting things about watching Seinfeld today, I'd say more so than Friends, Seinfeld really communicates a certain way of thinking that was normal in the 90s, I guess. Do you know what I mean? More universal. Yeah, I think that's probably a fair thing as well. It's very New York based. It's very specific. I think it's, being objective. I think it's very male. Yeah, it is. It is that. To be fair, I think it is. It is very male centric. I'd agree with you there. Um, I wouldn't say because before The Office I was a big fan of Seinfeld. I'd say Seinfeld was one of the shows that I've beaten to death. Trisha, Seinfeld, Trailer Park Boys. That's Canadian. I don't know if you've ever been big on that, but the huge fan. No, huge fan of that show. Peep Show, which is a UK. Strongly suggest you checking out Peep Show if you haven't seen it. Really, really funny series as well. So The Office, Seinfeld, Peep Show, Trailer Park Boys, and there's probably some others I'm forgetting. So let me tell you something about that. We're getting to a point here, right? The reason we have this comparison, so we compare sort of a number of people to the Friends. I haven't watched Friends, right? So, but then we compare we compare Dwight to Kramer. So let's start first of all, just ignoring the specifics of the show. This is another sort of critique on surface narrative critique on the manager, right? We're seeing Michael later on in the series. He's like, remember when boss used to be cool and people would be like, oh, those shoulder pads are so boss, man, right? We have Michael, Michael being older than everyone else, has had a part of his life in the 80s, right? And then during the 90s, what was popular during the 90s was Friends, Seinfeld were probably the two biggest shows in the 90s. And when I think of, I don't know, I can't think of, maybe Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. That was, I don't know how 9 is. X-Files as well, I guess. As comedies, though, I'm sort of sticking to the comedy. Yeah, 90s comedies. Everybody Loves Raymond, Futurama, Home Improvement. None of them were like Cheers. Yeah, I didn't really watch Cheers. If we can, yeah, I know some old names there, but I guess I don't know. From my perspective, there's very few that come to that, Friends, Seinfeld level in the 90s. I mean, there's heaps of shows in the 90s, but when it comes to just like shows that went that big, like it was those two shows. I feel certainly in Australia, anyways, right? So now back to our investigation though. What's the I've gone on to sorry, I was there we go. Kramer and so I'm not going to focus on the other characters just because I'm not too good with Friends. There's probably meaning there once we understand who each Friends character is. But what I do have knowledge of is Seinfeld, right? And it's not a mistake that Dwight is compared to Kramer, right? We know Dwight is one of our two Scranton Stranglers. the whole thing about Seinfeld, Trisha, is it's basically a Scranton Strangler mystery. You could argue that Seinfeld is actually the original Scranton Strangler mystery, or one of the originals. Greg Daniels wrote an episode of Seinfeld, and the whole show is working out the story around Kramer being a murderer. There's an episode where, or couple of episodes where Kramer goes to Los Angeles, to Hollywood, and there's a whole sort of story arc around him being the Smog Strangler in the office. Right, so you got Smog Strangler, and you got the Scranton Strangler. You got this actually almost similar, even foundational narratives with Kramer, because again, I don't know how long it's been since you've seen those episodes, but Kramer writes a script. He calls it The Keys. It's because Jerry took the keys away from Kramer. So it all sort of links through. We're going to watch an episode of Seinfeld for our investigation because, like most TV shows, the first episode is really, really important. Like, for example, this is where you start to realize how dumb people are or have been with TV shows and movies, right? But George Costanza is Jerry Seinfeld. When we watch the first episode, what we're going to find out, they're the same character. In fact, do I have... I'm almost tempted. Look, we've already sort of pushing time here, so we'll continue, but that's the reference. We're going to be looking at Seinfeld. I'm going to show you the pilot episode. I'm going to explain to everyone how to interpret that show. They're all fucking Jerry Seinfeld, right? From the get-go, from the pilot of that episode, they have laid down the foundation for working out this murder mystery, right? And you could almost say this is the Scranton Strangler mystery is comparable to the Smog Strangler mystery, just that the Scranton Strangler mystery is on steroids compared to the Seinfeld one, right? So probably deserves another task force, the Seinfeld one, but I can't be starting multiple task forces, so that's going to be for somebody else.
So the monkey does the sex thing right here.
Monkeys. Haven't really gotten to the bottom of this one yet, but we refer to Angela as Monkey. Michael says monkey see, monkey do, monkey poop all over you, right? But there's monkey problems. That's another example. That's right. A great example. So it's comparing everyone in the office to some sort of just low-level apes, right? But I think it goes deeper than that. You know what I mean? Monkeys are sort of just mimic what they're being told. Probably deserves more thought there. The fact we're now mixing monkeys with a sex thing, that should make sense. We're comparing workers to monkeys. We know we've already got a very strong, sexual motif, right? So...
That's funny.
So I wonder see these little moments from Pam.
That's funny.
See, look, we're not going to spend any time on it because I've already gone via different tangents already, but like, just Pam's facial there, probably something to keep in mind.
That's funny. Not offensive, because it's nature, educational.
Do you want the link? Because then you could forward it around.
This is something that we're probably going to, in the future, encounter more of, but there is this sort of another repeated motif around Michael and sort of humor and what you're allowed to say in humor. I've mentioned what's not loosely connected to this. What I'm really talking about here is honesty, right? And that's, it's not to say that we can't disagree with any creators in Hollywood, right? At the end of the day, we could sort of see it as, they're communicating their truth, right? Or we all have a perspective on things, Trisha's ultimately. We don't all see eye to eye on every little thing, but there is an element of how would I put this? There's an element of like an assumed artistic responsibility when it comes to Hollywood especially, I'd say, but to real artists. Because, real artists' job is to communicate the truth and to be, requires, it's sort of what Gil says actually at Pam's art show. Gil says that, real art requires, courage and, what was it? How does he say? Real art takes courage and, I forget how he says it. Truth, I think truth, courage and truth, right? But back to the point. So it's like something like this, what's funny? Two monkeys having sex. I don't know if that's necessarily funny, but this sort of concept of just, we need to be objective, like with the Hollywood penis matrix, some penises are bigger than others, some penises are smaller than others. It's just, it's the luck of the penis draw, right? And it's the same with other things. Like, I don't know how beautiful a woman is. It really is. I think it is, But it's, it goes on with a lot of things. How beautiful, some women are more beautiful, maybe, objectively speaking. That doesn't mean they're nicer people. We're just talking about, like, physical attractiveness. I mean, that's a bit, I know that affects women. But this is, the reason I'm mentioning all this stuff is, like, it's a big part of this mystery. We need to be honest about things. And I've already sort of been slowly training the task force on this. I think I've used Jan as the good example. Jan and the sperm bank baby. Jan doesn't, in our universe, the real world, Trisha, someone as attractive as Melora Hardin probably doesn't need a sperm bank. Let's just be real. It's not like, even if she got super desperate, she could probably still find a willing, private donor of sperm. Like, it's just, that's all she'd have to do. Put her hand up and go, who wants to have sex with me? And 9 out of 10 men would say, fine. I don't know, maybe not 9 out of 10, but like at least half the men in the place. That's it. A couple of beers in, who's not going to do it? She doesn't even have to be that attractive a couple of beers in. It's just, let's be honest. This is the world we live in. So to effectively, like, properly investigate this mystery, we need to be objective. We can't be pussies. We're going to have to be honest about things. And people don't like, not us per se, but people don't like that. There's a lot of people that are going to crack the shits at a lot of the stuff here, but maybe that's what's needed. Do you know what I mean? Maybe society needs a bit of this fucking wake-up call. I think it does, personally, Because we're going to find out as well that Hollywood is, Hollywood is stereotyped as sometimes being anti-Christian. Or, there's a lot of stereotypes about Hollywood as well, but as we start breaking down these movies, we'll see that Hollywood is largely, I would say, at least the classic Hollywood is largely egalitarian. Do you know what I mean? Doesn't really matter what you believe. Like, everyone is somewhat welcome. As long as you got to, it's not so much judged on, you're more likely to get judged on your creativity and your commitment to your art than you are to, let's say, the specific concepts in your film. Do you know what I mean? It's within our, like, for example, the theme of The Office, working in an office is fucking gay. It is completely within our right as the one consuming this art to judge it. Do you know what I mean? We can agree with it, disagree with it. We can say that's shit. We can say you're a fucking moron. We can say whatever we want. But when we're going to review art from the perspective of how good art is it, you don't necessarily have to agree with the theme. This is not something I'm so much saying to you, Trisha. It's something that I think I'm going to have to train other people on. Do you know what I mean? You disagreeing with somebody's perspective doesn't necessarily make a shit movie or a shit TV show. Do you know what I mean by that? Like, someone might disagree that working in an office is fucking gay. Someone who loves The Office and maybe has been like, oh, I got my entire life out of The Office and I met my wife there and we got married and we had our kids and I love The Office. Offices are not gay. Do you know what I mean? By no means Yeah, exactly. Shut the fuck up, Jim. First of all, you gay bastard, right? But by no means could we say that the show sucks because of that. Do you know what I mean? Like, even if that individual, the show's still good. The movie, a good example of this is going to be Kill Bill, I think, because we are going to get to Kill Bill. Kill Bill's ultimately about the history of reproductive rights in the United States. It's the history of Wade versus Roe, that Supreme Court case in America. That's the whole movie. It's just about that court case and how that court case came to be, right? Now, obviously, abortion is a very divisive topic. However, because I'd say that Kill Bill communicates a pro-choice perspective, right? And again, many you talk about any of these things, Trisha, and this because this is part of the reason why, for now, I'm happy this hasn't gone full blown anything, because there's going to be a lot of people pissed off once we start. Yeah, well, that's a perfect example, actually. I got banned from 3 different. It is astonishing when you think about it. Reddit Writes the Office banned me for saying that Jim was gay. And what we've now learned, Trisha, is they're all gay. Not just Jim. Every single one of them is gay, except for who? Who's the one character that's definitively not gay? Why? Why, Trisha? Well, are you there? Hello? I think there's a connection issue. Are you there, Trisha? Hello? Oh, sweet. Yeah, it's the penis. The penis symbology. He's the only one that's not gay. That's how it works. It's that symbology. He's black. He's got a big dick. Fuck everybody in the office. Stanley is not gay. Not only is he not gay, he's having affairs and shit. It's not good to have affairs. I'm not pro-affair, all right? But the creators, they're communicating a concept. Not only is he not gay, he's like a hyper heterosexual, you know? Yeah. Well, about those enjoyments. Do you know what I mean? He likes his women, and he is. That's right. Sharing the love, and he's got plenty to share. We know that, right? So, but back to the main point, which was just because we have to keep in mind, especially for what we're trying to achieve, that a good movie can still be a good movie even if there's a theme that we disagree with, or it doesn't. In fact, I'd say what is definitively the sign of a good movie is if you do disagree with a theme, but it's communicated so well to you, if you know what I mean, that's the point, is as long as the creator has succeeded in delivering that message, that's all that's important, right? So
Consider it.
Maybe. Well, we'll see. Because I don't know if it's a... Oh, come on!
What has 2 thumbs and likes to bone your mom? This guy!
There seems to be a bit of lag on my end. So this is the first time we see Todd Packer. And let's not forget... Actually, I got to close this 1 second. And look, we're not going to go into huge detail around this, but his timeline is very important. Remember, we don't see Todd Packer. He's in jail. That's. I think we're very, very certain about that hypothesis. He lost his license. We worked out. In fact, I'll quickly go to our browser just for the people, because I know you're familiar, Trish, but some newbies might not. Was it Pennsylvania? Drink driving jail. I don't know. Here we go. Oh, they call it drunk driving. 6 months probation and a $300 fine. 5 days to 6 months in jail, and a 1 year license suspension. So this could have changed, but I remember at the time, about 2 or 3 years ago, I was checking up on the laws around drinking in Pennsylvania, and the simple, all we really need to understand, we'll go back to the show here. All we need to understand is that if you've lost your license in Pennsylvania for drink driving, you have also gone to jail. How long for is, according to that document we just read, I guess it's varied. At the time when I read it, had you gone to, it was 1 year in jail. If you lost your license, you also went to jail for a year. Now, we don't see, let's remember our timeline. And when we talk about the pilot episode, we're some point, we've assumed we're at some point in December, prior to Christmas. Then we get to the healthcare episode in season 1. That's still prior to New Year's, because we've got to choose a new healthcare plan before the new year, right? Then we have the Alliance. This is when the new year starts. And that's also where we celebrate Meredith's birthday. And that seems to be around April. Right, so to not get bogged down too much on specifics, we'd have to work out when this particular when this particular episode lands date-wise. Then the other thing we've got to work out is, because this all links into the sort of the timeline around the carpet and who took the shit on the carpet. And I can tell you now, it's actually Kevin who left that surprise for Michael on the carpet, not Packer. But we've got to be very conscious of that. I think it's also important to note that we should be conscious of, under what circumstance we're introduced to Packer, right? The first time we see Packer is in sexual harassment. That's the first time we see him. The first couple of times we hear from him, he's in the pilot. He talks about Jan, where the drapes match, the sheets match the drapes, or whatever, basically talking about a pubic hair, right? And then we've got sort of Todd Packer sort of having that sort of anti-Semitic commentary during basketball, right? And then now we finally see him in the episode Sexual Harassment. So he really comes across at least as somewhat of a bit of a piece of shit, Packer, obviously. But I think we should be sort of surface conscious about that. He's popped up in the sort of, he's a field rep. Later on, he openly admits to getting herpes. Remember, he gets some love bumps on his ding dong, and right. So there's just a lot of sort of gross shit around this man in general. What was his last? It was well hung. Yeah, well hung. And then Todd F. Packer. Yeah, that's right. So yeah, just I don't know. I can't say I've worked out Packer fully. What I can, rather than going to basic hypothesis, we should move on. Otherwise, this is going to be another 10-hour review, right?
Has 2 thumbs and likes to bone your mom. This guy.
So Todd Packer also likes to bang your mom. What does that make Todd Packer? What does that make him, Trish? Another motherfucker, right? So we've got motherfucker Michael dating Pam's mum. We got motherfucker Jim, who says he likes to date mums, and now we've got another motherfucker, Todd Packer.
Oh, you are so bad.
And obviously Stanley. That's your perfect. Like, if we're getting that look from Stanley, right, that means the other two are super fucking gay, and it really, in the lame sense, and we're really getting that vibe right now.
Oh, you are so bad. Yeah. Oh, oh, this guy is out of control. He is a madman. Better get the bleep button ready for him. Bleep, bleep.
What's up, Halpert? Still queer?
So let's just because I'm getting a bit of stutter.
Get the bleep button ready for him.
What's up, Halpert? Still queer?
So I mentioned this in I forget which analysis. It was in the Jim is gay analysis, right? But this is a big part of, like, everybody assumes Jim is homosexual relatively early on. I'll fill you in on another thing I think I'm strongly leaning to here, Trish, and this will be something for you to keep in mind as you do your rewatches, right? I mentioned to both you and Slade a couple of times now that I strongly feel that Pam could be symbolic of the job, right? Now, the significance of that, when we go back to the Dundies, remember when you've got Pam looking at the video of past Dundees, and then you've got sort of Jim is on one side of the camera, Pam's on the other, and then Roy's gone to go and get his award for the longest engagement, right? We also have this sort of story arc, a couple of story arcs in the office around gay warehouse workers. We have Oscar, who wants to get with, I forget his name, but the other gay warehouse worker that we end up around season 7, he's brought up to us. So if Pam is the job, I've got a feeling that perhaps Jim and Roy may have... Because if Pam, just hear me out, just conceptually, truth. If Pam's the job, she's not a real person. All right, you can't think, when you think of something like marrying her, you're not marrying a person. It's like committing to a job. I'm staying here. Do you know what I mean? I'm not leaving companies anymore. I'm going to work hard here and try to progress. That could be perhaps marrying Pam and that type of thing, right? So I've digressed here. We'll keep it simple, but this whole sort of concept around questioning Jim's homosexuality. He's still queer. People obviously seem to know Jim as gay, right? Earlier on, and I think we need to start perhaps looking at things like a relationship with Roy. I really mean it. Between the two, because we already have that sort of blueprint around warehouse worker and office worker getting into a gay romance.
Todd Packer and I are total BFF. Best friends forever. He and I came up together as salesmen.
Yeah, I'd agree. I mean, yeah, sorry, go on. Yes, I'd say yes. Yeah, I think that definitely fits, actually. But what comes to my mind there is... Well, let's start with the first... Say that little bit again. Sorry, I missed that bit, Trish. Maybe. I'm more inclined to think that Roy is actually a real person. Right? It's Pam who's not the real person. I initially thought Pam was a ghost. Now I'm leaning towards she's actually the job. She is the job. And it's this whole thing of now, like, to go back to what I said a moment ago, Trish, around being honest, right? And that in order to sort of review these things properly, you need to be honest, right? There's a reason why they've chosen Jenna Fisher, right? And okay, let's think about the whole episode around what's her name and is she hot? What's that actress's name? Actor's name? What's her name? Hilary Swank. We got a whole episode based around is she hot, right? And this comes sort of back to that. So it's similar to the penis matrix, all right? It comes down to being honest, all right? So it's like, well, when we talk about like hotness from the perspective of like, we're ultimately talking about Pam is what I'm really getting at, all right? The whole comparison around Hilary Swank is it's like, if we're going to compare your dream job, obviously, I'm assuming you're a straight woman, Trisha, right? But regardless what your orientation is, if we're going to personify your dream job as a sexual partner, so I'm straight. So for me, if I wanted, I want to go to Hollywood, Trisha. That's my dream. I want to get to Hollywood. All right. So for me, that Hollywood career would be like just the most sexiest, hottest woman who's just, she's got it all. Do you know what I mean? Like, right? So what I think Pam is, she is the personification of an office job. So it's not like, and this is where it's going to get tough. The creators have really screwed with Jenna Fisher. Let me put it to you this way, right? Because first, I hate to say this. Everything I'm saying is getting recorded. I already said a number of fucked up things. I already know it. And every time I finish these things, Trish, it's like 3 days of anxiety I have. I'm not joking. I really mean, I'm like, fuck, man. Like, what is this all right? Because the other thing is, for example, the last video was 6 hours long. I can't listen to all 6 hours again. I might listen to the first 2 hours. I'm like, well, that was stupid. Well, I've embarrassed myself. Well, that was fucking dumb. Because this isn't scripted. Do you know what I mean? This is just, we're having a discussion. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's... Yeah, well, look... Yeah. I'm glad you said that. I needed a bit of a pep talk like that because that's a big part of... hold on 1 second. We got a YouTube error here. One moment. Sorry, Trish. Error. YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth. I think we're all right now. Look, I appreciate you saying that because a big part, if I'm to be brutally honest with you, there's been a little bit of fear. There's a lot happening in my life. It's completely fucked. That's the first part. It doesn't help, right? But it's like, this is going to be a big moment. And I'm not talking it up, Trish. Like, consider this, right? Let's just look at a movie like Terminator. Nobody understands what the fuck's like. Okay, Hollywood understands what that movie's about, but how is it that in like it's literally heading to 40 years, nobody's ever released a proper movie review about that? I agree with you, but then the thing that I find astonishing, okay, I do not disagree with that. I agree with you there, Trish, but it's also like, what? In 40 years, there's not one person. I don't know. Do you know what I mean? Like, it can't... No. Yeah, that's true. Well, it's yeah.
they're just so buried under the shit ton of TikTok and Twitter and
Yeah.
Facebook and all that other shit that nobody ever fucking reads it or hears about it except for their close friends.
I think you're probably right. But look, I guess the only reason I'm that shocked though is I have searched. Let me make it clear. I'm like for all the movies I've watched since understanding this Hollywood language, I've gone and done some research, and I'm like, has anyone spoken about this? You know, like the best example, or not the best, but just one great example of that is the blonde motif in American Psycho. I'm like, has anyone mentioned the blonde motif? Not one fucking person. You know, so it's just. I sort of forget the main point I was making here. The main point was like, yeah, speak out my mind. And there's reasons for that though, because it comes back to what's happened to me at the office I worked at, right? Because it's so important to this mystery. It's not just about storytelling. It's not just about working out themes. I'm telling you definitively, this is a seriously important part of the mystery. We can't talk about it. It's not the time. I need to be on camera. So this is the other thing about me, Trish. I feel like certain things should be said not behind avatars. Do you know what I mean? Like, when you're gonna have serious discussions around serious things, I think there should be a face to it. That's how I see it, and I'm just not ready, right? So, and it's been going on for a while though. We're gonna snap the fuck out of this. I need to snap out of this, otherwise, it's, because this has to be done. But what was the main point
Came
here?
up together as salesmen. One time.
I forget now. We'll move on. Todd Packer's a piece of shit, basically, though, right?
Out and we met this set of twins.
Twins, super strong motif. There's a motif video on Twins already up on the Anti-Strangling Task Force YouTube channel, right? So Twins fall into that motif around breasts, heaps of breast mentions and breast milk, and babies, another big one. Dwight is one of a pair of twins, right? We have identical twins mentioned. So where that works from a surface narrative, twins could possibly be a comment on the sort of dual nature of people who work in offices. There is a dual nature to them. You know what I mean? When you compare someone like Kevin, he's part-time in a band, so he's part-time cool, I guess. This is sort of how it works. But another big critique of that by the office creators is you can't really be part-time cool. Either you commit to your band or you commit to your art or you give up,
And Packer told them that we were brothers. And
So brothers, another big one. Family, huge motif.
so, one thing led to another, and we brought him back to the motel. And then Packer did both of them. It was awesome.
So that whole, it sort of links into loosely into this cuckold. It's not exactly a cuckold situation, but loosely links into this whole thing of somebody else having sex with who you want to have sex with and you just watching. And that's really symbolically speaking what Hollywood and the office is. Everybody who works in offices watches TV or watches movies and they're like, fuck, I'd love to be there. Do you know what I mean? That's the dream. Well, it's the inner circle who's having sex with that dream. Do you know what I mean? You're just there watching, right?
Oh, okay. Grade A gossip for you right now. Randall, CFO, resigned. Nobody knows why.
So, Randall, CFO, resigned. Nobody knows why. This is something huge in our embedded narrative, right? As we're trying to work out the real story of what's going on, the whole deal with him is something we're going to have to look at. And
Are you kidding? Everyone knows why. You don't know? Oh, okay, check this out. All right. What? So here's the story.
Yeah?
So Randall is nailing his secretary, right? And she's totally incompetent.
Really? Here we go. Buckle up. It's going to be a bumpy.
so that's another, sexual activity in the office. we're not going to repeat what we've already repeated 100 times, but just if we just, I guess this is something that we haven't said yet is, especially considering how angry I'm really angry, Trisha. You'll find out soon, and so will the whole task force. Been pushed to the edge of my sanity with what's happened to me at the office, my one and only office job I've had, right? So I don't have any high. This has been really diplomatic. I fuck being diplomatic. I hate that workplace. Do you understand? I have no respect for office workers anymore. Because these types of things, like having sex in the office, and I've mentioned this, but this was happening at the place I was working. We had a serial masturbator in the office. I'm not fucking lying. Everybody knew who it was, yeah? And then every time you had to shake this dude's hand, you'd just be like, fuck me. Did you is any gherkin juice left in your fucking hand, you dirty bastard? You know what I mean? Like, so you had him. Then you had one of the receptionists down at the Melbourne office. She was fucking guys in the mail room at the office. And then she became a hooker and came back 6 months later with a new Bentley that she had sexed her way to, right? This is not a fucking lie. I'll give you one more. Every year, this is a big company, right? Big. It's not many bigger than this, all right? Every year they have like a manager's, let's just call it like a manager's gay orgy in the lame sense, all right? Let's just call it that, because that's really what it is. If the Office creators were to put what I'm about to tell you in an episode, it would be compared to a gay orgy, right? But all the managers from all around the world will go to one place, every year it changes. And I've never been, because I've never been a manager, right? But it changes. One year was in Thailand, another year was in, like, I think San Francisco, and they just go around the world where all the managers from the whole world, it might be like 1,000 people there, 2,000 people. Company pays for everything, right? And it's just a big fucking propaganda session. Basically Hitler is telling all of his Heinrichs and his Himmlers, this is what you got to do for the next 12 months, and right. But anyway, back to the main story. There were these two managers from our office, both men. One of them, or both of them, were, I think, married. And then they just had this sudden, spontaneous onset of homosexual desire and had an affair with each other, and then gave each other a herpes infestation. And I know this sounds all really fucked. I've got so many fucked up stories from that office. It's just shit that's not been heard of before, right? But linking it back to what we're watching, there's a lot of this shit happening in certain offices, and it really shouldn't be happening. I wouldn't say that I'm, anti-sex. I just think the workplace is the workplace, and the office is a highly non-erotic place. Do you know what I mean? Like, fuck, the guy that's jacking off in there, it's a soft penis building. We have that motif in the show. We've got penial softiosis. That's what they all have. But somehow, for these sick freaks, they get boners in these places. It's another thing that we actually have spoken about in the show is impotence. And it really comes down to that, for example, there was one American manager that I had, and you could see it in his eyes that he liked, this is putting it the wrong way, but he liked being people's bosses. It gave him like a power trip kick. You know what I mean? It made him feel big that he had this fucking power. And you could see when he'd try and like dominate you, you could see the pleasure that would come across his face. This is ultimately what gives these sort of gay office workers, man, their hard-ons. It is. When everyone had to all of a sudden work from home, their whole aura of authority and usefulness just started to dissipate. Do you know what I mean? This is why they want everyone back in the office. It's because there is no sort of... If they're not in an office, these sick freaks can't get a boner. And I'm being serious. That's what gives some people... I mean, this is the unfortunate reality. Some people in this life do get pleasure out of other people's misery. Do you know? It's just the fucked up truth, you know? And it's fucked up, you know?
We were talking blonde.
Yeah, well, this is what we're gonna. A big part of this mystery, Trisha, is the stories we all have, and you may be like, "How does that fit in?" Right? I'm not gonna tell you for now, but it's a big part of the mystery. All right. I'll give you a little clue. We are instructed to assign a leader. All right, in the task force. I've self-assigned myself. This is a dream come true. It's like part of the whole fun about all of this is we get to pretend to be detectives, right? And I've said this a couple of times, but I'll say it again for the people tuning in. It's like, you know, real crimes are for the real police. The real police are never going to investigate the Scranton Strangler. That's for us to investigate. Do you know what I mean? So we get to finally this is our opportunity to solve a real crime. It really is. So what did I do, Trish? I made myself the chief of fucking police. Of course. Do you know what I mean? That's like... It's acting is part of it all, right? But there's a job for the leader. There's something the leader has to do. That's all I'm going to say for now. I'm way ahead in this investigation, way down the line, all right? So these stories, your stories, my stories, everybody else's stories, they're important. Let's not forget we have an episode called The Whistleblower. The world's changed. Well, when we have discussions around the stocks, do you remember what Dwight says about the stocks? Do you remember it all? Dwight says we should bring the stocks back. He goes, we should bring the stocks back because maybe then people would obey the law. What are the stocks, Trisha? Tell me, you know, what is your knowledge of the punishment of the stocks? Yep. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So what is the primary punishment here, do you think, that's occurring in terms of human society? What is the punishment this individual is primarily receiving with the stocks? That's right, but reword it. Exposure. What is really happening here? Exposure. Give me a couple more words in that. How is that person feeling? How is that person feeling compared to... How is that person being perceived? Helplessness? Yeah, that's one word. They're exposed. They're defenseless. People are seeing them for what they are, right? The stocks, I'll make it simple. The stocks are effectively... The real punishment with the stocks is public humiliation, right? The problem with these corporations, this is a serious fucking problem in our life. They don't care about the law. Why would they care about the law, Trish, when they've got billions of dollars? They can pay for lawyers that you'll never have a chance to ever work with in your entire life, right? They're not afraid of the law. They own it, right? Doesn't work. Then they're not afraid of criminal law. Yeah, and even those, they are ineffective. They're the cost of doing business for a lot of businesses. They're just like, oh, what? I'm gonna get a 10 grand fine. Well, you know, that 10 grand, I made 10 million from doing that thing. Who gives a shit? Give them the 10 grand. Do you know what I mean? That's... Whoa.
And they've just been fined $500 million, I think it is. But they made so much more money that the $500 million is a drop in the fucking bucket. It's essentially meaningless to the company.
That's right. That this is the problem. This is the problem with the system, and it goes beyond just you and I having a whinge. This is a serious problem. There's a reason why, at least from an on paper perspective, I have huge respect for the United States on paper. On paper, right? Unfortunately, it appears to me that what's on paper isn't done in practice, right? But a big part of what I consider to be sort of United States culture is about this sort of balancing out of the power of the individual to, let's say, the government or to bigger organizations. Do you know what I mean? And the whole point of that balancing is simply to balance out power. We don't want to live in a society where corporations control everything, right? But this is the problem. We don't have that balance. To the contrary, everything's balanced in their favor. There is only one thing that works. There is only one thing, Trish, that works with these corporate types. What is it? Right? It comes back to the stocks. It comes back to what is public humiliation. That's the only thing, because public humiliation costs them what? Money. It's the only thing that ever works. Once, if there's a anti-Christian scandal, all the Christians stop buying, that affects the bottom line. If there's an anti-gay scandal, do you know what I mean? All the LGBT community stops buying, there's another thing. And I guess it's hard for companies these days. This is why actually personally, I actually think corporations should stay out of anything. I don't think corporations should preach anything got to do with LGBTQ. I don't think they should preach anything to do with Jesus. I don't think they should preach anything. Like if your business, like in our case here, is selling paper, I think the most you should speak about is paper. You should follow the law, shut the fuck up, and pay your taxes. That's it. Because at the end of the day, this is the nature of the workplace. Objectively speaking, is there are people from different backgrounds, right? Different religious beliefs, political beliefs, or whatever it is, and everyone has a right to earn their bread in peace. I firmly, strongly believe this. I really mean it, right? We all got to eat, Trish. We all got to eat, right? So, public humiliation. Yeah. I think it's the same here. I think so. Yeah. Yeah, that's that whole situation, to expand on that again, Trisha, one more expansion now. This whole situation with philanthropy, charity especially, right? It's never been more false than in that sort of stereotypical American, what we'd say, sort of, United States of American corporate cultural way, where donations to charity are seen as sort of tax write-offs. Do you know what I mean? They're not about real charity and none of this sort of stuff. It's not about where the money's going. It's all just propaganda, actually, right? Yeah, creating a perception, creating an image. Do you know what I mean? But it is all propaganda. That's repeated in this show. When Dwight goes to do his speech, and we have him reading out Mussolini's speech. They would have made it Hitler. I've already said this. If they could have, and mind you, they are Jewish. If they could have made it Hitler, they would have made it Hitler. You just can't. Do you know what I mean? You can't read Hitler's speech on TV. Do you know what I mean? But like, it's what they wanted. They used Mussolini because it's like, we'll get away with Mussolini. But if they could have, they would have used Hitler. And what's the comment? You guys in the fucking corporation, you're just Hitlers. They fucking are Hitlers, man. This is time coming. A lot of this, when we realize how big of a commentary this show is, because that charity stuff really pisses me off. I mean, I'll just give one quick story and then we'll move on because we've really got to get through this episode, right? But I think I mentioned this one already. They have an Aboriginal person employed for one they're like the, what are they called? They're like the indigenous. There's a fucking name for it, right? The indigenous communication person, right? Anyway, what this company, mind you, just out of Australia alone, and I've seen the figures, like the raw files that show this. Just by itself in Australia, every year is pulling in well over $1 billion Australian dollars. Just Australia. And you got to keep in mind, Trish, Australia in the global economy is like, we're basically the smallest piece of shit market in the world. Out of everyone. Everyone is bigger than us. You're bigger than us in North America. South America is bigger than us. Africa's bigger than us. Asia's bigger than everyone. There's more people and more money everywhere else, pretty much, right? But they're pulling in $1 billion minimum, and this still pisses me off. They get this Aboriginal chick who's the Aboriginal person employed, which is, first of all, and really this has got nothing to do with our Indigenous community. This is a critique on the corporate world. But there is no such thing, Trish, as like an Indigenous job. Do you know what I mean? Like, this chick's job's being Aboriginal. It's not a fucking job. I don't know if if this was like a treaty discussion panel or whatever, and Aboriginals have organized themselves, or do you know what I mean? This is nothing like that. This is a company who wants pretty much an Aboriginal propagandist. This is what it is. So they can have an Aboriginal person they can point to and go, sort of like Mr. Brown in Diversity Day. It's a similar scenario to Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown that's literally Mr. Brown's job, to be brown. That's your job. Job isn't about Diversity Day because we sort of, when it comes to the Diversity Day, Mr. Browns, we sort of let it go, and rightfully so. We're like, it's probably better that person is like from an ethnic or colored background because they better understand diversity and might better understand the challenges of someone from a different racial background. You know what I mean? All that's fair enough until you realize their job isn't about Diversity Day. It's not about helping the community. It's just about protecting the company. So that's what Mr. Brown is. And similarly here, for our Mr. Brown, which was an Aboriginal woman, she's telling us how this year the company, I will never forget this till the day I fucking die, right? I'm going to be making a big deal about this in the future. But she's like, we bought for this Aboriginal community those big machines that collect plastic bottles. You know, when you collect plastic bottle you find a plastic bottle on the road or whatever, and I don't know if it's like this in Canada, or I'm assuming it is, but you might get 5 cents for the bottle, and you take it to a bottle collection place, right? Basically, the company I worked for bought that bottle collection place. They cost 10 grand. And the way it works, 10 grand, you stick all your bottles in the machine. The machine gives you like this little receipt that you can go to like a grocery store and buy food with all your collected bottles, right? And then once a week, a truck comes and just like picks up all the bottles. This thing costs about 10 grand, right? And this is what the company was bragging for what they'd done for the Aboriginal community, that they bought one of these $10,000 fucking bottle pickup trash machines, and they're like, yep, see how generous we are. We've now let our Indigenous community pick up trash from the beach. To me, it's just fucking rude. You make $1 billion, you invest 10 grand, and what, and you're trying to say, and this is the scam, because just because you get an Aboriginal chick to tell me this is what we've done, it's obviously fucked what you've done. You've done nothing, right? Allowing people to pick up trash is not investing into the community. You understand? That it's not giving people jobs or a fucking future, right? But instead you just get the Mr. Brown, and it's the same thing like in Diversity Day, to just be that propagandist, right? To make the company look good. That's all it is. Optics, you're 100% right. It's the same fucking shit. Whereas I remember at the time listening to this, and I'm talking to one of my mates, his Chinese background, right? I'm like, dude, are you listening to this shit? I'm like, how is this a flex? That you're flexing about letting our Indigenous community pick up trash. Do you know what I mean? It's not a flex, Trish, right? It's, as you said, it's optics, it's propaganda. It's I want to give the perception that I am giving back to the community, but I don't actually want to give back, right? That's what it is. 10 grand in the scheme of what even I was getting paid is nothing. You know, for a multinational corporation to be reinvesting 10 grand. And one of the stories that they said is that this young Aboriginal girl, when she found out that they were going to get this collection thing, they were sitting on a beach that was just filled with trash. And this young girl, I think, 5, 6 or 7 years old, she's like, can you please not tell anyone about all these bottles? Do you know what I mean? Because in her head, she's like, my family will get all these bottles and then we'll have more money. And I'm just like, in my head, it's like, can nobody see that this situation here, and it's not indicative of the whole Indigenous community. I'm just talking about this one situation, right? Is it not indicative to any fucking moron in this company that clearly these guys are having a tough time? Do you know what I mean? And the answer is not just to let them pick up trash. Like, I don't know. That's my thinking, Trish, if I'm to be honest. I just think if you're raking in billions upon billions upon billions, and you genuinely want to do something. But the answer is not go and pick up trash. Do you know how much money you make picking up trash? Like, 10 cents a bottle, 5 cents a bottle. In where my family is from, culturally, our cultural background is from the. We might as well start getting into this. I've been trying to avoid this, but we might as well start today. Okay. My family's background, and I'm not going to be specific for now, we'll be specific in the future, is from the former Yugoslavia. Okay? That's fucked. You're fucked. The minute you start a sentence like that, you're screwed. All right? But the point I was getting at is, the former Yugoslavia is not a rich place. All right? There's poor white people, basically, is how it really is. And they do that collection stuff. When the last time I was over there years ago, but because they have shame, so at 2 a.m. in the morning, they don't want anyone seeing them collecting the trash. They go collect these bottles and because they need it, So what about the dignity of human fucking beings? What about dignity? That's your solution, corporation, to the Indigenous community. Here's 10 grand, go and collect trash. What about these CEOs? Are you fuckwits collecting trash? You are the fucking trash. right? That's the difference. They are the actual fucking trash. It tells you everything. And just to think that the whole management team was like, oh, we're so good. We gave a bottle collection fucking machine to the indigenous community. Once you give the land back, oh, you're never going to fucking do that, right? Of course not. Do you know what I mean? This is, and look, mind you, I want to say this. I'm not one of, I probably lean on the side of conservatism, if I'm to be honest, right? I, as I've gotten older, would like to think it's about trying to be a little bit more just not ride one end of the double-ended dildo. Do you know what I mean? Because it's a double-ended dildo politics, and you're going to get fucked either way. Do you know what I mean? So it's just about trying to think about your fellow man, woman, you know what I mean? Your fellow human being. And to me, I'm sick of these bullshit fucking stories, man. This bullshit fake caring, bullshit fake investment, and then selling it. The whole management team drinking the Kool-Aid, kissing their own asses, and telling themselves how, it just makes me sick. We'll continue. That was a good digression, though. This chat is what we need in the task force,
London competent,
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Like 10 words a minute.
We're not very far. Yeah, 3 minutes. We got to focus here.
Talking.
Well, to be fair,
So blonde motif. We've got a couple of blondes in the office. It seems like we're sort of divided between primarily blondes and redheads. Phyllis is maybe the outlier there, but Erin redhead, Pam redhead, Angela blonde, Jan blonde, Hannah Smoke Ridge Bar, I think a deep redhead if I remember correctly. So got to keep in mind hair color as well.
blondes, brunettes, there are a lot of dumb people out there.
Right. They are.
So blondes, brunettes. The fact that we have that comparison, perhaps there's a part of that Hollywood secret language there with blondes and brunettes as well. Remember, for example, we've got that movie Legally Blonde. I haven't seen it yet since knowing more about the language, but it wouldn't surprise me if... Yeah? And anything interesting? Nah. I'll have to watch it. I've watched it a couple of times years ago, right? I've got a terrible memory sometimes like that, but it was a long time ago that I watched that. But it's likely that blonde hair does have some sort of symbol. One thing, at least from American Psycho, that I've worked at is the blonde-haired woman, according to Hollywood. I mean, let's say Margot Robbie. Margot Robbie, I think, is considered by the American mainstream as your how would I put it? Your standard for feminine beauty. Blonde hair, white, blue eye, blonde, Barbie. That's probably the easiest way to put it. A Barbie-looking type of chick. So could be more symbolism there. We'll continue though.
Oh, wow! I didn't say
Just quick, I don't want to expand it, but just, it does come back to what we said earlier on in this episode around sort of being honest and being objective. Do you know what I mean? It's like, it's not about saying that Margot Robbie is the quintessential standard for beauty, as opposed to acknowledging that perhaps in the United States, that would be considered stereotypically as the quintessential standard for beauty. Do you understand what I mean by the difference there? So it's not about, and there is a significant difference there. She's obviously beautiful, Margot Robbie. Would I say she's the standard for beauty? I don't know if I'd say that subjectively speaking, right? But if we're going to talk societally, what's society's stereotypical, right? It's probably a blonde woman and probably a blonde man too. Like, what's his name? The actor that does Ken in Barbie. What's his fucking name? No, not Ryan Reynolds. Is it Ryan Reynolds? It's the other Ryan. Gosling. Ryan Gosling. I think it's Gosling, isn't it? So that, I think, is the other... I think, again, from sort of American culture. Sorry, I should have switched over. I switched over to the browser. Yeah, they're the sort of the quintessential, or your typical. standards of beauty, blonde hair on men and in women, seemingly, I think, is the norm. But we'll move on.
Todd Packer can do anything.
Except pass that breathalyzer.
The whole thing just to be a bitch.
Oh, wow. What did I tell you about the bleep button? A lot of dumb people out there.
Right, they are women, right?
Oh, wow.
So yeah, obviously, where were we exactly?
You don't know? Oh, okay, check this out. All right.
So women, obviously,
So
in the corporate world, even still today, I think I'll give this much to the company that I work for. They were pretty focused on hiring women, but the corporate world, I think, objectively speaking, is a male-dominated environment. Probably maybe less so than it has always been. Gosling in the chat. Yeetown, thanks. It is Gosling. We've got a couple of listeners, right? Where was I? What was I saying there? Lost my train of thought. Yeah, it's less male, but still, you'd say mostly male dominated. And the other thing I'd say is it's probably also hidden the male domination in the corporate environment as opposed to being removed. Do you know what I mean? So how promotions are given, and this has largely remained unchanged. It's still mates hooking up mates, it's still going to be, and obviously, we tend to have more friends from our own sex, generally speaking, just if we're going to generalize, So if you are going to be giving your mates jobs and you're a man, chances are they're already going to be men, you know what I mean? So there is a very strong, I'd say, I don't know if I'd call it patriarchy. I'm not really a feminist. I'm not anti-feminist, but I just think feminism has changed what it means today, right? So I don't know if I'd call it patriarchy per se, although probably, I don't know, probably definition-wise it would be falling under a term like that. But very male-dominated. We can see Packer is from that era. You can imagine what he, obviously it's mid-2000s here, but you can imagine what he would have been like, back in the 70s or, yeah. Sorry? Oh, then you know what, like, they're dickheads. Let's just be real. They're dickheads. They're the sort of men that will cheat on their wives. Do you know what I mean? They just see the whole place as their own. Basically, they're kings of their own little domains. Just even look at Packer throughout the series. Packer really just walks around saying and doing whatever the hell he wants, and it sort of is true, right? So
We're talking blonde incompetent,
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Like,
tap
10
blonde
months
again.
Talking.
Well, to be fair, blondes, brunettes, there are a lot of dumb people out there.
Right, they are women, right?
Oh, wow. I didn't say it. I
said it. And then, suddenly, for no reason, this bimbo blows the whistle on the whole thing just to be a bitch.
So we should start thinking. Look, we're not going to spend too much time on this story, but because we're going to keep in mind that this is the story of how the CFO gets screwed, and we know we get a new CFO. We get David Wallace, who we end up having for the rest of the series, right? So this CFO, this is the story of how he gets screwed. Bangs the secretary, you know what I mean? And then it really goes to show the sort of male perspective here. Like,
this bimbo blows the whistle on the whole thing just to be a bitch.
Just to be a bitch. Well, is that the real story though? That's the sort of male story. It sounds very male-centric. Is it the real story? I don't know. My colloquial, stereotypical story is, well, if she's your secretary, sort of like Erin in the series, well, she maybe felt like she had to, maybe, I don't know, go on a coffee with you because she's a secretary, you're the big fucking boss, and if she doesn't, you'll give her job to some other big-titted 20-year-old, for example. That's basically it. And then slowly but surely, you know what I mean? Maybe, I don't know, maybe you start slapping her butt. I mean, this is how it's happened. Do you know what I mean? And maybe a younger girl who's not as assertive will take it. Maybe even if she's an older woman, maybe she's just a gentler person. Maybe she doesn't want confrontation. Maybe she needs her job. There's a million reasons. Do you know what I mean? And then finally, when she has a moment where maybe, I don't know, maybe she's not getting divorced. Maybe she's not having to feed her kids. Or maybe she's not in this position where someone in a position of higher power, authority, and financial means can't bully you into doing this shit, which is basically what it is. It's fucking bullying. It's the oldest trick in the book, men hiring, you know, some promiscuous secretary. She doesn't even do anything. She's just basically a glorified prostitute, you know. And I'm not saying that in any offense to sex workers, to make it clear. I think at least sex workers are honest. The office worker is not honest. You know, I've mentioned this to you guys already, but one of my promotions got given for my promotion. We're talking a significant amount of money, at least $15,000 to $20,000 a year, which is a lot of fucking money. That promotion was given to my manager's little office whore. And that was it. She was fucking him. That's it. You fuck the boss, you get the promotion. Well, this sex worker's sort of honest about it. Yep, you know, you pay me, I'll have sex with you. But this is somehow like just that with more layers and more suits and in an air-conditioned building. Do you know what I mean? And it's not different. It's absolutely not different.
Oh, wow. What did I tell you about the bleep button?
Hey, what has two thumbs and hates Todd Packer? This guy.
So again, two thumbs. That's linked to that mum joke. So again, we're repeating that Jim's basically a motherfucker. I think it's probably interesting to know why Jim hates Todd Packer. Remember, Jim is he's the office worker who loves the office. Do you know what I mean? He wants to be in the office. He is our quintessential office homosexual, right? And obviously being gay means lame in the office. For those tuning in, being gay in the office equals lame. The same way that we use the word gay in the 90s, like that's gay. So Jim Halpert is our biggest office gay, and it probably makes sense that he doesn't like Packer for a number of reasons. Packer probably makes more money. Packer's maybe able to boss him around. Do you know what I mean? If anything, maybe Jim is aspiring to be a Packer. Maybe it's because maybe because Packer seems to be closer to Michael here than Jim even is. Do you know what I mean? And everything comes back to sort of sucking the boss's dick, and whoever eats the most hot dogs gets promotions, right? So probably why he really hates Packer. They're really largely to some degree the same character.
I meant to ask you, do you think he gets someone to drive me around because of the DUI situation?
So he doesn't. So the first thing that comes, and this is what's important for the carpet episode, right? We know that Ryan will end up driving Packer around because he's lost his license. He's lost his license because he's been drink driving. Likely went to prison as well. We know. We just early on in this episode, if you've lost your license in Pennsylvania, you went to prison as well for drink driving. So the first question that comes here is, how did he get here? All right, how did he get here? But then later on, this becomes really important because when we get to the carpet, right, what we're led to believe is that Packer, who still doesn't have a license, is not allowed to drive, drove to the office to take a shit on Michael's carpet and then drove back home. I mean, he's risking going back to jail. Do you know what I mean? He's unlicensed. It seems highly, highly unlikely that you do something that stupid, you know? So really important points around here in his driving.
Ryan.
Come on.
And this is the other thing. By this, you know, we've only had, 5 or 6 episodes in the whole series by now, right? But what I find most interesting is, you know, Ryan's meant to be the new intern, basically, or, you know, the new junior worker. And what is he asked to do? Go get coffee? I mean, that's not real work, if you know what I mean. There's not a new skill you learn. Go make coffee, go drive Packer around. If you remember, Ryan ends up having to go to Michael's mum's house to go pick up his guitar and all that weird stuff. So it's like he just becomes this little office bitch who, dry cleaning, anything basically that's got nothing to do with work. And it really goes to show that's what a lot of these interns end up doing in an office. You don't do shit. Even when I started my office job, nobody tells you what to do. Nobody tells you how to do it. It's just, you just go, you just work it out yourself, basically. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's really not a proper, it's not a proper job. It's not a proper place to spend your life.
Good. Let's go.
Man, Todd Packer can do anything.
Except after that breathalyzer.
So passing the breathalyzer, obviously linked to drink driving. But remember, bad breath forms a very strong motif in the series, which comes from, office workers' addiction to cigarettes and drinking coffees and sucking dicks and eating hot dogs, right? You mix all these things together, it's just not, it's not good for the breathalyzer.
You a big William Hung fan?
Why does everybody ask me that? Who the hell is that?
So William Hung he's a graffiti artist, isn't he? Who am I thinking of? Yeah. Okay, so this comes back now. So how do we... Yeah, I think I now remember. Okay, so this is now where understanding Hollywood's language and perspective is really important. Okay? Because obviously he's Asian, all right? So our Hollywood penis matrix would say what? Because we've got black penis being biggest penis, white penis being middle penis, and Asian penis being smallest penis. There's all stereotypes. There's a not, it doesn't matter what the truth of the matter is. It's just a stereotype, and we use that symbolism to communicate a ranking of strength. And it could be anything. I've discussed this a couple of times. I'm more discussing this for whoever's on stream, right? Now, we have to understand the office creator's perspective, right? So, where have we used the penis matrix in the office? We used it in Scott's Tots, right? We used the penis matrix there to symbolize that all the young kids have big dicks, and they all have big dicks because they are dreaming big, right? When you're a kid, you want to be a rock star, you want to be this. And that's why they all, in Scott's Tots, we have a whole class basically of black kids. It's got nothing to do with socioeconomics, right? It's got nothing to do with money. That whole surface narrative around they want their college paid for and all that bullshit. Nothing to do with that. It is all penis-based, okay? Now, let's think of William Hung. Okay, this is where it requires a really good understanding of what they really think. Okay, so I know I've sort of expanded this moment. Okay, given that William Hung is Asian, let's go back to our video footage. All right. The first negative is that. All right, the fact that we've got an Asian character. Remember, everyone's compared to the Yakuza in the office, right? And the reason we compare everyone to the Yakuza is office workers are basically all just part of one big small penis gang. It's irrelevant what the real penis sizes are. We're talking symbolically here, right? Offices are small penis gangs, right? However, let me ask you this, Trisha. Let's go back to our browser for a second. Would you say... Because, let's give this guy a couple of things. I don't think the office creators respect American Idol. Like, think about in season 9 when Andy goes on America's a cappella star or whatever it is, right? The reason the office creators don't respect these shows is because from their perspective, it's like you're meant to spend your lifetime on your craft. Do you know what I mean? If you want to be an actor, then you should commit to being an actor. You want to be in a band, commit to being in a band. You want to be a singer, commit to be a singer. But a lot of these shows, like what Andy ends up going to, are like corner cutters. You just want to be famous already, just like that. Yeah, they do. Well, I agree with you. Their dream, it's weird. They're a bit of both. They're like, they provide you with a false dream and then they crush your dream. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's a weird thing. The main point being the Office creators do not, I think, largely respect it. They think it's entitled, this opinion that all of a sudden you'll choose to take your craft seriously. You know what I mean? And then you think you feel you should be famous straight away. It just doesn't, it's not, people take huge sacrifices in Hollywood to get where they are. There are no corners to be cut, right? So there's that perspective on it. But the other one is, and this is where it's a tough one with William Hung, right? William Hung reminds me a little bit of someone like Tommy Wiseau. Are you familiar with Tommy Wiseau, Trish? So that's right. He did The Room. Big fan. A normal, huh? Yeah. All right, so I've seen it. I'd strongly, highly. I've seen it at the cinema here. Also, we got an indie cinema here that's sort of pretty well known in Sydney for playing like older movies, right? Highly recommend it, right? But here's an inspiration. It's a shit movie. That's what it's known for. It's known for being a shit movie, but that's what makes it good, right? What makes it good is that someone like this just goes for it. Right? There's another thing that happens in The Office. The Office talks about people who suck the life out of the world. That's what office workers are. Office workers are people who suck the life out of the world. And a perfect example is something like Tommy Wiseau. Tommy Wiseau, he went and did it, man. He went and made a movie. Okay, it's a bit shit, but he went and made his movie. Do you know what I mean? He became someone. Like, people know him now. Do you know what I mean? He brought entertainment and joy to people's lives. How at all is that a bad thing? It's not a bad thing. It's a great thing. So similar to William Hung, I put William Hung in that category, although he's Asian. And this is where the Hollywood penis matrix, understanding how it really works, is really important. Although he's Asian, right? Is it any surprised we've made him well hung? Because we could think it from the perspective of he just went for it. He didn't care. People judged him. But do you know what I mean? He just went and did it, and he had a good time, and people love seeing that, actually, when people just go for it. Do you know what I mean? And it's inspirational when people do that. Then you've got the other side, is when people do go for it, then you've got the other type of person that's always like, oh, that's shit, you're fucking shit, or you know what I mean? Like, just bringing you down. So, look, it's a bit hard to work out this, actually. I feel like I probably need to think a little bit more about the connection between Packer and William Hung. Do you know what I mean? Like, does that mean Packer's maybe Asian? See, Packer's got more of, using the Hollywood penis matrix, Packer is more Asian to me than William Hung. Do you understand what I mean by that? Like, based on what they do, Packer lost his license. He's a fucking loser who works in an office. Whereas William Hung brought people entertainment, laughter, joy, and, he's someone in that entertainment world that's worth more than being a fucking office dickhead. So I don't know. We'll continue, but just something worth mentioning. Yeah, I think that's. I've never heard that interpretation, because for those who are tuned in, just tuning in now, we've got a couple of new people tuning in. Vehicles are symbolic, or are an extension of the human body in Hollywood, not just in The Office. It's part of the Hollywood secret language of film that vehicles are an extension of the human body. And this is not the only convertible we see. I think that's a great interpretation, Trisha, that everything's open, right? The other way is sort of thinking topless or headless. Do you know what I mean? Like, you've got nothing, there's nothing up there. It's just air. Do you know what I mean? So it's sort of the equivalent of an idiot. We've got Michael driving a convertible, him driving a convertible. Let's be honest, Packer is pretty dumb. Do you know what I mean? Like, he seems like a real simple, he's a very simple man. Do you know what I mean? Very basic. See, this is now, since I got the Blu-rays, Trish, I cannot emphasize to you how amazing it is to, like, you know, a couple of the moments that we've watched and we were like, I can't read that or I can't read this. You can read everything with the HD stuff. It's so good. So might as well have a quick little read at this discussion. Let's go full screen just so it's easier for everybody else. So look at your IM, Ryan Howard question. Is this his inbox? Peer purchase order, first quarter sales quotas, preliminary budgets, copier isn't working. Got to be mindful of that copier. You know, I mentioned that printing paper is sort of like printing money, printing cash. We're in a paper company. It doesn't really matter what we specifically sell. We're there just to make paper. We're there just to make money, right? Birthday lunch. Dwight Schrute has sent someone birthday lunch. So this is now, well, whose birthday is it? This is where dates become important. Remember in Christmas Party, Ryan tells us it's his birthday that day. So it's like, well, whose inbox is this? Let's have a quick look at him. Kevin. So it's Kevin's birthday. So you see, this is where shit becomes interesting. So it's Kevin's birthday on this episode, in this particular timeline. Unknown. Thank you for your request. What the hell's going on there? RE suppliers, quarterly reports, how to maintain an update. Pam Beasley last minute need more info. RE order 32672. Preliminary budgets. Copier isn't working. Here's interesting. Copier isn't working. See, because you know there's all replies here. You'll notice here on the bottom, Ryan Howard, copier isn't working. This looks like two separate emails. So something, remember, repetition forms a motif to everyone tuned in. Repetition forms a motif. It doesn't matter. It could be, you know, if it's in a movie, we could have a concept repeating in minute 1 and then we could have a concept repeating 2 hours later. It doesn't matter. A repetition forms the motif. Here it is. We can see in this shot, we've got the motif. We could say a couple of motifs. This one's repeated. Copier isn't working. Quarterly reports is repeated. Preliminary budget seems to be repeated as well. There's 3 preliminary budgets. So by now, I think you especially know this, Trish. We do not get these sort of close-ups unless there's a reason for it, right? There's 100% reasoning here. So it makes you also wonder what Kevin... I just opened up that. Well, hold on a second. That sounded like you opened up the monkey video, right? Look at your IM. Well, then sounds like Pam sent it to him. So Pam sent him the monkey sex video. That's weird. When I gotta go to... She does? Actually, you're right. She likes sex videos, but I don't think she likes sex. I talk about that because, you know, Erin is symbolic of Pam. And then if you remember, Erin tells Gabe that, you know, because Gabe says, I thought you said that you don't even like sex, which is said as a joke. Right, but when we think of sort of the trauma we've hypothesized around, you know, sexual abuse and all this sort of stuff, it's not impossible or unlikely she doesn't like sex, but I still think it's quite surprising that she sends the monkey video. Well, I don't know. Can you hear? It sounds like you can hear the monkeys. After I'll turn it up a little bit. I'll see if I can turn it up a little bit. I'll turn it up a little bit more. Where are we? This should be on full now. Yeah, so you can hear the monkeys there. So it's like what Pam sends the monkey sex video. The other thing it really... Email, yeah. Look at your IM. Where is it? Yeah, Dwight, I found this on the internet. Yeah, that would be it. There's a puzzle here. Remember, we've talked about Scranton Strangler puzzle. We just found one because it doesn't make sense, right? There's the monkey sex video. Look at your IM. The other thing that comes to my mind is, we have email surveillance going on. So again, Pam seems to be really sneaky. She sends an Yeah, go on. Yeah, she is the gatekeeper, but it's also like, look how she's sending it. It's, look at your IM. She doesn't send an email. She's sending it via IM. We can maybe assume that IM is not being monitored, right? But it does sound like she's sent, Kevin an IM with the monkey sex video. And then it's like, well, what does it mean? Because remember, we've also got these teams that have built up in the office. We've got... At this point in the series, we've got Kevin, Angela, Pam, Dwight. We've got this team. Then we've got the sort of Michael Scarn team, right? So we'll leave it for now.
I'm really excited to meet your mom.
You are? My mom is coming in to visit.
Lappin or Vance? No, I didn't know that meant wolf. In what language? Or is it just like Old English or something? I'll have a quick... Yeah, I'll got the browser up. Lappin. Interesting. It's 10% Jewish. French, is it? Rabbit, or it may be a derivative of Old English lap of garment, sleeve, small strip of cloth or hide, person's lap or bosom, flap of flesh. See, person's lap or bosom. We know that Phyllis has quite large jugs. It's also interesting about Polish and Jewish variant, Eastern Ashkenazic variant. That's a tough one for now, I think. Yeah, no, for sure.
I'm really excited to meet your mom.
You are? My mom is coming in to visit. And she lives like 2 hours away.
What do you got for us? Really? A castrated male rabbit. Let's leave it for now, because we'll get pulled into the rabbit hole. Pardon the pun, right? Maybe, yeah. Well, a castrated rabbit. Remember, we got this whole inverted penis concept. Right, if we're turning a penis into a hole, rabbit hole, it sort of works. It does. It requires a bit of thought, I think, to refine it. I think you're onto something there, though. I really do mean it. Names, names are really, really important. Either symbolically play on words. There's dozens of things you can do with names in Hollywood. Completely flown over people's heads. Really, really important.
And she doesn't have a cell phone, which is cool because it's kind of adding some suspense to my day.
So let's just, because for those who are not too familiar with the series, who are tuned on, you may not know, but this is the first time we see Pam's mum in the office. And for those who are very, very familiar with the series, you will know that Pam's mum changes. We see Pam's mum 1.0 here, and then we see Pam's mum 2.0 later on, right?
My mom is coming in to visit, and she lives like 2 hours away, and she doesn't have a cell phone.
So her mum lives, I think we really need to pay attention to the whole story here. She lives 2 hours away. I guess that's not that big a deal. But it does start to raise... Great point as well, Trish, actually. Great point. I don't know, my mind just goes straight to infidelity, if I'm to be honest. That's just understanding how offices work. Do you know what I mean? Is it infidelity between the... Because the other thing, her mum doesn't have a cell phone, as we're going to see her mum in a moment. Her mum doesn't look that old here. Right? It's Pam's mum 2.0 looks a lot older. Well, not a lot older, but she does look older. Significantly older than Pam's mum 1.0.
Which is cool because it's kind of adding some suspense.
To the point of mentioning that age is it's like it doesn't seem to me that Pam's mum 1.0 wouldn't have a cell phone at this point. It comes across as really strange.
I keep looking over at the door hoping she'll walk in. I'm excited to show
Because the other thing is like we're not going to spend too much time on this, but it's like if you're going to... Let's just say, because, we've got this motif around hiring actors in the show, and I suspect one of the staff members not only is a vampire or a ghost, I think one of them is an actor as well. I've got a feeling it could be Michael Scarn, actually, who's possibly the actor, right? But, it seems like a lot of conveniences here, because it's like, yeah, my mum's coming in today. Why Pam's decided today... why during work hours? It's 2 hours. 2 hours is not a small drive. So it comes across to me like Pam's maybe trying to prove something or show something, or, you know what I mean? Like, something seems suspect. Yeah, make a point of some sort, but also to then say, oh, my mum doesn't have a telephone. So it's like, whatever point I do make, you're not going to be able to follow up on it or anything. Do you know what I mean? It's like you're going to say what you're going to say, and this is how it is, and seems like a bit of a propaganda piece.
She really wants to meet everybody.
Oh, yeah? Good, because I have a lot of questions.
So she really wants to meet everybody, so it would appear to me that Pam's mum has never been in the office, maybe. Do you know what I mean? Like... This would be the first time her mum's coming in. So then again, it comes down to, well, why? By this point, we believe that Pam's worked in the office for quite some time. Then why hasn't your mum come before? And what is she coming for today? 2 hours is not a small drive to just... Look, if you wanted to drive 2 hours to go and see your kid, that's normal. I mean, you can drive 5 hours to go and see your kid. Who cares? I mean, it's not so much that, but it just like... As a random thing, you're more likely... I don't know, wouldn't you be more likely to do a 2-hour drive? I don't know, if you're spending Christmas. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know, you're doing a whole day. It's like, I'm doing a 2-hour drive. I'll be at yours at 9 o'clock. We're going to have breakfast, and then we'll have lunch, and then we'll have dinner, and then I'll piss off at 9 p.m. and get home at 11. And it's a day. Do you know what I mean? That's what 2-hour drive is. I think we need to pay very close attention to this moment when Pam's mum comes in, right? The whole scenario stinks. Plus, she's redhead. Redhead means red herring, red hair, so we've also got to be careful about that.
Oh, really?
Yeah. As a child, did Pam...
Because then not to go too much onto about it, but it's like, how long does Pam's mom stay? So she drives 2 hours, and then isn't Roy driving them at the end of the episode? The whole thing doesn't make sense.
Show any traits that would hint towards her future career as a receptionist?
Hey, send me that link to the monkey sex video. I'm going to forward it like it's hot.
I don't want to get bogged down. See, this is where you need to spend time to think. All right. So this is where we now need to start working out like who's sent what email, when's it been forwarded. For those unfamiliar as well, back in the day on the NBC's website, you could actually access people's emails, which really pisses me off that we don't have that anymore. But this could be possibly another clue hidden in the extracurricular material, which maybe we'll just never have a chance to have a look.
Yes! Forward it like it's hot.
So Dwight originated the monkey video. Michael somehow knew about it, but he wasn't on the receiving end of getting it. Dwight sent it, we know he sent it to Kevin and to Pam. We don't know who else he sent it to, but he didn't send it to Michael, but Michael knows about it. And I was asking.
No, okay, so if I remember correctly, I think earlier on in the episode, let's just put a marker here so I can come back to here quickly. But I think he calls over Michael and he goes, "The monkey does this." Yeah, this is the moment.
Does the sex thing, right? Here.
Yeah. And then Dwight will ask him, "Can I send it to you?"
That's funny. Not offensive.
And he's like, "I'll think
because
about
it's
it."
nature, educational.
Do you want the link? Because then you could forward it around. Consider it.
Maybe.
So by this point he's changed his mind.
They got literal.
So what is it that's changed Michael's mind exactly?
They got literal food.
Just
I have a lot of questions.
Oh, really?
Yeah. As a child, did Pam show any traits that would hint towards her future career as a receptionist?
Hey, send me that link to the monkey sex video. I'm going to forward it like it's hot. Yes! Forward it like it's hot. Forward it like it's hot.
So, a couple of things there. Obviously what's changed for Michael to want to start forwarding this stuff could be Packer's arrival, loosened him up. Forward it like it's hot is Snoop Dogg's Drop It Like It's Hot, right? And for those who are just tuning in, songs, just like movies, are very, very important to the investigation. Within the Scranton Strangler mystery is actually hidden a playlist, a mixtape. Right, so for one of those songs we'd have to be putting on the list is Drop It Like It's Hot. We also need to sort of be conscious of meaning there as well.
Old school.
Michael?
And Drop It Like It's Hot isn't that old school in 2005. I'm pretty sure it came out like fucking 2005 or something. Let's go to... 2004. So, literally the same time. I was a big fan of that song back in the day. Fucking 2005 is almost 20 years ago. God help us.
Yes, Toby.
Junior off.
Literally 2 seconds. Toby is in HR, which technically means he works for corporate, so he's really not a part of our family. Also, he's divorced, so he's really not a part of his family.
It's interesting that, and we're not going to spend too much time on this, but it has been the case in a number of different places that I've worked at, where HR isn't exactly under the same reporting hierarchy that the rest of us are. Do you know what I mean? Like, you report to your manager reports to whoever else, blah, 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 blah. But that whole hierarchy for HR links way more directly into corporate than, any of the other jobs. And really just ultimately comes down to, this is a big reason why Toby, we got a motif around Toby being the devil in this show. And that's the significance of HR being the devil is HR, and a lot of people that have been working in corporate for some time will know this, that HR is not there to protect the worker. It is not there to, assist you with your rights or work rights or your money or any of that. HR is there for one reason and one reason only, and that's to protect the company. In fact, as we continue our investigation, we'll see what the creators are telling us. Mr. Brown's job was what? Protect the company. HR's job is what? Protect the company. Michael, when he's at the deposition, what are the expectations of him? Protect the company. I'll never do anything to hurt the company, says Michael there. Do you know what I mean? So this is the only thing that, what's it called? The only, what's the word I'm looking? It's on the tip of my tongue. The only attribute the corporation wants out of a worker is just their, blind loyalty and protect the interests of the company, which can really loosely be translated to protecting the interests of some billionaire. Do you know what I mean? Who's, probably already got hundreds of billions and he needs more. That's the only person's interests, right? So it's and again, I'm not a communist, man. It's just what we have today is not really capitalism even. I'd say it's, unbridled corporatism. When corporatism invades government, for example, has gone too far. When corporations are more powerful than governments, or buying out politicians or laws, or when, justice is administered on, based on who has the most money and all these sorts of things, that is not an equitable system. But this is the other reason why this system perseveres. Is the system does serve those few people to whom the system benefits. Do you know what I mean? If you're the one who's got $200 billion, well, you probably want the legal system to say the same, because you're pretty much guaranteed to win every time. So anyway.
So the full story is that Randall resigned because of sexual harassment. So corporate asked me to do a 5-minute review of the company's sexual harassment policy.
No.
Now, this is the other thing, though, right? Where it's like, we sort of started off, discussing Randall's situation because we know we get a new CFO later on in the series, right? But it's also like, it's a bit of two sides here. Initially when we looked at this story around Randall, right? We've taken the primarily the feminine perspective, which I think is fair enough. We're probably talking about a receptionist who maybe never wanted to go on a date to begin with. She's pressured. This phenomena of women in office environments and the pressure they feel is, I'd say, relatively well documented. I don't think any of this stuff is necessarily new. But I think it is also worth mentioning, because you've got to keep in mind the creators of The Office are not really sexist. And what I mean by this is, like, it's not just about women. It's also about men. And, this now image of, like, Randall, it's a sexual harassment case. And even what's his name said, Packer, that he's banging the secretary on his desk in his office, right? It doesn't sound like a rape, right? There's a sexual harassment thing, that very big deal. But then, I guess this would be slightly the male perspective. I think we have to get the male perspective here as well. It seems to me there's a disconnect somewhere where, you're clearly banging each other on the work desk, for however long it's been, and then something is soured. And this is the other element that's sort of spoken about Erin in the series, where she's like, nobody ever says you still have to see the person at work after you break up. This is the biggest problem with office relationships that nobody ever seems to want to think about, is if it all goes to shit, you've got to see that person now every single day, 9 till 5, Monday to Friday, right? So I'm not absolving Randall from any guilt. I'm just not going to absolve the woman in this scenario either. They're both the same shit. It seemed like it was, who knows, maybe this chick got some promotion, just like that little office bitch at my work. Maybe she got a promotion by screwing the boss, and then maybe after she got the promotion, then she said, fuck you. Neither side is really, in essence, any better than the other one, in my opinion. Everyone's just sort of succumbing to the power balance of an office. Do you know what I mean? So I just thought I'd mention that because just... That's right. That's basically it. So although Randall here is accused of sexual harassment, which I have no doubt, I think it's likely true. I also have no doubt that this woman was probably consenting in her sexual experiences in the office. Who knows? Maybe she was even married. Do you know what I mean? It's like, what I'm basically saying is I'm not completely sold that we've got one of these two parties being entirely innocent. Do you know what I mean? It's the same as Jan leaving her really angry review of Michael. Remember when they're at the deposition, towards the end of the episode, they read out Jan's review of Michael, you know, and it's scathing. She thinks he's fucking useless. But what's not mentioned is that Michael broke up with her. That's the episode where he breaks up, you know, he takes all the women out to the mall and they all advise him to break up with her, and then he breaks up with Jan. That's the same day she writes that report. I know that because that's part of the mystery. That's St. Patrick's Day, that episode, right? The real St. Patrick's Day, the Scranton Strangler St. Patrick's Day episode, right? So, yeah, so I guess all I'm ultimately saying is it's like, as you said, people always shitting on other people. You know, slightly lost my train of thought there. And nobody is innocent in this environment except for Stanley so far. And even Stanley is not completely innocent. Stanley is like if you have to be in this shithole of a place, you should be like Stanley. That's the thing. Otherwise, really, the office creators are saying you should not spend your time at all whatsoever in a place like this.
It's really not a big deal.
It is a big deal. It's a big deal. What are we supposed to do? Scrutinize every little thing we say and do all day? I mean, come on.
And then corporate is going to send in a lawyer.
Scrutinize every little thing we say and do. You know, it's hard to think who the creators are speaking of here, because it's like, when you think what these Hollywood people have to go through, firstly, in the perspective of how the media treats them, there's nothing sacred. You got no privacy. They'll post videos of you jacking off and stuff if they've been leaked and you're a celebrity. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's not fucking fair. They don't treat celebrities right, and then celebrities somehow and Hollywood people have to think of every word they say. Do you know what I mean? But what about office workers? They say whatever the hell they want to. These people say whatever the hell they want to. They do whatever they want to, you know? So what I'm really just saying here, I'm not sure what the creators mean here. I'm not sure if why can't we say this is more about them, as in the creators of a TV show, or if it is saying it from the perspective of an office manager. It could be both.
What?
Just to refresh you on our policy.
What? No. Okay, what is a lawyer going to come in and tell us?
And that's another good point, actually. You know, this is actually sort of Diversity Day 2.0 in what's actually happening here. It's exactly the same thing that's happening here, right? It's meant to be about sexual harassment, isn't it? Isn't it meant to be that this is like one might even say, you know, fostering a dangerous work environment, beyond uncomfortable, but dangerous. Do you know what I mean? Dangerous to mental health, dangerous to emotional health. You know, it can embolden the wrong types of individuals. You know, if some man starts, slapping all these women's butts at work and nothing ever happens to him, and what happens next? Does he start groping boobs? And then what from there? Do you know what I mean? Like, it's, you know, the slippery slope argument isn't the best one always, but it's just an example. Do you know what I mean? So what's a lawyer going to say? It comes back to sort of similar to what we had in Diversity Day. What the hell is a lawyer going to say about sexual harassment? How does a lawyer coming into a workplace to discuss sexual harassment make a more comfortable work environment for the employees? It doesn't. in the same way it didn't for Mr. Brown coming and getting the signature. Mr. Brown came in to get the signature. Why, Trisha? What was Mr. Brown's main objective? For the purposes... For what purpose? That's right. Correct. Now, let's compare it now to the lawyer that they're talking about bringing in. Is the lawyer there to train the staff? Is the lawyer there to provide counseling, perhaps, to who's been sexually harassed? What's the lawyer doing there, Trish? That's it. That's it. So what have we worked out so far in, 6 episodes of the Office TV show? Corporations do not care about diversity at all, right? They only care, as you said, how did you put it again, Trish? You had the surface. What was you had optics. They are just interested in the optics. That they don't care about if it's really a diverse environment, if it's really welcoming. They don't care about any of that. They just want the optics of that. What they really care about is protect the company. Sexual harassment going on, who cares? Protect the company. It will always come back to the same thing. Always.
To not send out hilarious emails or to not tell jokes?
Maybe not. Some of them, maybe not inappropriate ones.
There is no such thing as an appropriate joke. That's why it's a joke. Everyone?
Yeah. It's probably not need to spend too much time on this, but office workers are just not funny. They're not good at jokes. It's just not stuff they are good at. So there's a couple of things more to say there. We'll move on.
Everyone.
We'll move on.
Hi. Sorry to interrupt. I know you're all busy, and the last thing you want is for a major interruption. But Toby has an announcement that he insists on making right now in the middle of the day. So take it away.
Yeah, okay. Corporate would like us to do a 5-minute review of the company's sexual harassment policy, so I'll go over that later.
You know, the best example, and again, I'm not going to spend too much time on this just in a minute, is like, just the phantom masturbator who everybody knew who he was at my last workplace. It's like, where's your reminder? There's no reminders. There's no nothing. What it really comes down to, what I've come to learn in these environments is it all comes down to what you do about it, right? If this, for example, in this episode itself, if whoever Randall's receptionist was, if she didn't say shit, right, nothing would ever change. Do you know what I mean? It'd just stay the same. They'd keep banging on the desk or whatever the hell it is, right? So it's like,
policy, so I'll go over that
they
later.
just don't care, and I'm repeating what we've said, but these companies just do not care. You could literally have someone jacking off in the middle of the whole fucking office. As long as nobody's complained, they don't care. They don't do anything unless they have to do it. Do you know what I mean? And the only way they say they have to do something is if it's going to cost them money. That's it. They do not feel themselves to be below the law. They really think they're above the law,
Toby, I really do. But you are going to have a mutiny on your hands, and I just can't wait to see how you handle it.
So that's just a oxymoron. Office workers never mutiny. They never do anything. Actually, they're probably some of the weakest-minded individuals I've ever known in my life.
Guy goes to a $5 Lady of the Night.
Prostitution, super strong motif. We'll talk about that more later on in the
And
series.
he gets crabs. So the next
STDs also, we know, very strong
day,
motif.
he goes back to complain. And the woman says, hey, it was only $5. What did you expect? Lobster?
So here's the interesting thing. Lobster forms a very strong motif. in Suit Warehouse, off the top of my head, in the deleted scenes, Dwight talks to Dwight Jr. about how the first lobster that he had and how we called it lobster, right? And there's something about lobsters, and I think, you know, it's like one of the, we're going to go eat lobster. It's like a, how do I say this without sounding like a dickhead? Hollywood's perspective on life is really savagely brutal. It's like, what do we do in this life? We're going. You're 100%. You're right, but it goes beyond just the office worker. You know, it goes a little bit down to life. Like, what are the good things in life? Okay, lobster, paintball, sex, alcohol, you know? And it's like, yeah, limos, riding in limos. That's another thing. You get to feel like you're someone for 2 seconds. Limos do form a motif. We hear and speak of limos a number of times. But I think it's from the Hollywood creator's perspective, right? It's not enough for a Hollywood creator. I can't say it's enough for me, Trish. This 9 till 5, having a lobster, had an opportunity to get married and get mortgages and do all those things, right? And I just don't want it. There's other things I want in life. I want to pursue creative things, and pursuing creative things is really hard. But you know, there's a whole critique on just how simple people are, like chips, fries. That's another one. Fries, steak. You know, these are sort of like, you could say this, as you said, this is critiquing the office worker's peak. Like, what is peak office life? That's it. Lobster is an example of it, or steak, or fucking iPods. I mean, how many times we talk about iPods in this show? iPod, Apple. That's especially back in the mid 2000s. That was like, Apple was just starting in mid 2000s to be dominant. Like, they released iPhone a few years earlier and stuff. Like, we're talking iPhone 1 and 2, and you know what I mean? But that's when Apple was really starting to, like, everybody wanted Apple shit. No. If the show was made now, probably you'd see some Macs. Do you know what I mean? I'm not even sure if we have the Mac at this point in 2005. Do we? I don't know if we have it yet. I don't think they're available just yet, but it just fits into that same category of, what does an office worker want? I want an Apple computer, or I want a new car, I want a steak dinner, I want a lobster. I mean, the whole list of shit that an office worker huffs and puffs their chest about is, like, pretty limited. We're gonna huff and puff your chest because of a steak, Yeah, that's another, perk, or what's seen as a perk. I used to have to fly in and out for my job. It sucks ass, actually. It's not like, it's like anything. You have a honeymoon period. Yeah, it's seen as such a perk, but, like, I think it'd be a perk if you were traveling, like, traveling the world, like in the army. I mean, they get to see all sorts of places. Do you know what I mean? But, like, they, again... Yeah, true. All right, but nevertheless, I mean, that's what they're ultimately shitting on the office creators. It's like, where are you traveling to? Oh, you're traveling from Pennsylvania to Canada, which is like, I know there are differences between Canada and the United States. I mean, I'm Australian. We're part of the Commonwealth. I know Canada's part of the Commonwealth. Got the Queen and King now on the back of your coins, just like we do, right? I understand, but also, I also understand that going from Pennsylvania to fucking Canada, you're not going that far out of your comfort zone. Like, you're going. They speak the same language. The accents are almost not quite. I know that there's differences.
And I literally had people asking me, what language do you speak in Canada and how do you get there? They asked me if you could drive to Canada.
That's a poor yeah, poor. That's very, very poor education. Actually, I find that. Well, that's often things you see online. People.
That I was mulatto because he was older, and he asked me, what country is that? Actually, I did tell my husband.
Fucking. Okay, well, if we, assume a little bit of stupidity there, which you're probably right. I probably should. I keep on forgetting. It's one thing I'm guilty of. I assume everybody thinks like me, a genius. Right? I'm kidding. But yeah. But I think you're right there. So but nevertheless, if we're going back to what we're talking about, the creators, which even acknowledging your point, which you are right. The creators are still making ignoring that idiot that we're talking about, which there are definitely those people, right? This perk, you're not really going anywhere if you're going. Because where does Michael go? Does he go to Toronto? Does he tell us where they go? Winnipeg. So tell me a bit about Winnipeg. Is that just like a business district or what is? Not a big anything. Well, if anything, that probably just reinforces the concept. It's not a tourist place. It's not a tourist place, is it? No. So you're talking about basically, and nothing against the area. Yeah, it's just a nothing place. It's not a place where tourists go. It's just a nothing place, and that's not travel. Do you know what I mean? Like just going to some. So it's just pretty much cutting everyone back to size with this whole travel bullshit, in short.
This is what's at stake. Time to bring out the big guns. I'm heading down to the warehouse where jokes are born. Find a killer joke that'll just blow everybody away at this.
So, I'm not going to spend too much time on this, but I've been having this sort of repeated thought where, we found out in the last episode that there's a hot dog stand behind the warehouse that sells hot dogs. We found that in the Dundies. He does it when Michael does his Karnak impression. Do you know what I mean? And he mentions there's a hot dog stand. So now he tells us that we're going down where the big guns are. Guns in Hollywood, not always, right? But guns, certainly from a couple of movies that I've seen, are actually symbolic of penises, right? And you've got different types of guns. So if you think of in the Terminator, the first Terminator, Kyle Reese, he's sitting in he steals a car. I'm not sure how long it's been since you've seen it, Trish, but he steals a car. He has a shotgun. He's got like a jacket, goes and gets his shoes, and then he sits in a car and he's holding his shotgun and he's cold. All right? The shotgun, right? You've heard the colloquialism, shooting your shot. Have you heard, right? That's what a shotgun is. A very specific type of gun. Shotgun. This is why throughout the Terminator series you see a lot of shotguns. This is what that type of gun. Then you've got the minigun, right? If the minigun it's another penis thing, but like the minigun. Do you know what I mean? It's not like, right? So all different types of guns. Commando is a good idea. I've seen, it's not confirmed for every movie. Right, Predator 2 with Danny Glover when he's pulling the guns out of the boot, right? So it appears to me at least for a portion of Hollywood, guns are in fact symbolic of penises as well. So when he says we're going down to where the big guns are, we're going down to the warehouse, we're going down to where the big dicks are, basically.
Time to bring out the big guns. I am heading down to the warehouse where jokes are born. Find a killer joke that'll just blow everybody away at the seminar later.
Okay, so now look at which way he's gone to the warehouse. This is the misdirection. He's gone lift to foyer, right? Outside the front door. This is how he's getting to the warehouse? How the fuck do you get down there, man? This is a big part of this mystery is how the hell you get to the warehouse. Remember when Nellie takes over, she's unsure how to get down there. Do you know what I mean? It's like, how do we get down to this place, man? Something doesn't seem right. And not only that, let's not forget we've also got the 3rd floor in the building. We don't have to spend too much time on that, but that's something that completely ignored by most fans. Like, what the fuck is going on up there?
And remind them what is great about this place. So, here they are. Guys, wondering if I could get your help for something?
So just interesting, we got, what, half a truck empty basically over there. Most of the staff doing nothing. I mean, it could be lunch, but...
Your help for something? I am looking for a new joke to tell, and it needs to be just killer, and it does not need to be clean. So what you got?
Like a joke, a knock-knock joke?
Yeah, no, well, I mean better than that. The type of stuff you guys tell all day.
Well...
just talking about Padge, right? Padge just comes across as very androgynous throughout the series. She's not the only woman where this happens to, or the individual, I should say. Something to keep in mind.
Those are some awful tight pants you have on. Where'd you get them, like, Quiz R Us? Boys R Us.
Oh, all right. Well,
so, we'll let this finish first before I comment here. There's a couple of things to comment here.
yeah, but a joke, but not necessarily at my expense.
Man, we can see all your business coming around the corner, okay? You need to, hide that. Good thing you don't have a lot of business to start with.
Oh, okay. Well, that was still about me.
Hey.
What?
So you don't have the biggest package. Don't feel bad.
I don't feel bad.
I think he feels bad.
No, I don't.
You look like you feel bad.
Okay.
It's a little package.
Well, not exactly what I was looking for, but thanks, guys. Thank you.
You look at it from his...
All right. So, multiple layers. Let's start off with the pants, because this whole thing starts off with this pants quiz R Us.
For a new joke to tell, and it needs to be just killer, and it does not need to be clean. So what you got?
Like a joke, a knock-knock joke?
Yeah, no, well, I mean better than that. The type of stuff you guys tell all day.
Well, those are some awful tight pants you have on. Where'd you get them, like, Quiz R Us?
Okay, so let's start with that one. Pants, huge symbolism around the pants. We see a number of characters take their pants off. We see Michael getting caught by Pam with his pants off in his office. Dwight takes his pants off in the break room with Kevin when he's on the phone. Andy takes his pants off. There's just so many people who take their pants off. And there's no mistake that you see the managerial roles tend to take their pants off more. What's his name? David Wallace, when they go into the spa and all this sort of stuff. I'm pretty sure his pants are off there, right? Because that's a colloquialism. Taking your pants off is like, relaxing, unbuckling the belt, and a big part of what every sort of office worker's dream is to get promoted, become manager, and do what? Take your pants off. Right, the minute you become manager, you don't do the work anymore. Who does the work? All your little bitches do the work now. What have you done? You've taken your pants off. The other thing, that's just one way of looking at it, but we've also got the symbology around pants wearers and dress wearers in the series, right? When we get to Gay Witch Hunt in the next season, we have discussions around, are they a dress wearer or a pants wearer? And that's one of the big parts of the Dunder Code, right? anyone who is gay at some point in the series, and gay obviously meaning lame, but also actually meaning homosexual. Anyone who's an actual homosexual will be found at some point wearing a dress, right? And similarly, if somebody is straight or whatever it is, they will be found wearing pants. And probably the best example of this is Karen. You'll notice throughout the series, Karen is always wearing pants. Kevin makes a point about it, those pants that she wears, right? Even when she becomes manager and she gets pregnant, if you look closely, she's wearing a dress over her pants. So whoever wears pants, that's being a pants wearer is basically good. Being a dress wearer is basically bad. Okay, so there's that part. They're having to go at him with his pants. His pants are too tight, right? And we've got obviously the queer thing again. So we're linking back into the gay thing. But what's probably more interesting here
all right. Well,
is
yeah, but, you know,
at the end of the
not
day,
sure,
and
but
this
not
is
necessarily at my
probably the.
expense. So,
We'll let it finish here, because we start talking about his business, his dick, and all this sort of stuff, right? Ultimately, what is this, Trish? I mean, yes, Michael's a man, right? But what is this whole exchange that has happened between him and the warehouse staff? What's the title of the episode? Does this count as sexual harassment? I think in a simple sense it does. I think this is it's similar to the pedophilia comparison that we say, what we said earlier in this discussion is like women predators are not anywhere near as treated the same or perceived to be the same like men. Do you know what I mean? But at the end of the day, a pedophile's a fucking pedophile. Do you know what I mean? A 12-year-old boy. I mean, because a big part of it, I think, comes from the sexualization of men, which is like, oh, you're 12, 13, or 14, it doesn't matter. You'd love to have some woman bang you, but it's not as straightforward as that. It's not as simple as that. All right? So similarly here, it's the same thing with the sexual harassment. What you're really just seeing here is a man being sexually harassed. Do you know what I mean? So it's just drawing again on hypocrisy, I think partly, but also reminding people that things are not as black and white on a sales floor, and you can't really, you should really be treating everybody, excuse me, the same. Do you know what I mean? That's really what it's a shrine of hypocrisy. We can't just say it's wrong to talk to women like that. It's workplace, man. Do you know what I mean? You can't talk about this shit anywhere. We're going to be talking more about this exact scene. I got stories, Trish. Wait till my office story comes out. I'm telling you right now, people are going to be like, what the fuck? I already told you some of it. Office masturbators, hookers in mail rooms, herpes infestations getting passed around liberally. You know what I mean? It's a fucking nightmare.
Not exactly what I was looking for, but thanks, guys. Thank you.
You look good from his mama.
Right.
So that is effectively workplace bullying. Do you know what I mean? In a nutshell, there's no fucking difference. Intent is irrelevant.
Remember, intent is irrelevant. And that's it. Pam.
I just wanted to say that just my mom's coming in today.
So I don't know what to make about that intent is irrelevant. You got to double cross-check everything the creators say. Do you know what I mean? Is this are they agreeing with this or disagreeing? Understanding their intention is really important. And it's like, well, what do you mean intent is irrelevant? I guess if you're just going to go around groping women in an office, yeah, what are you going to say? My intention was to be funny. I don't know. Do you understand what I mean? It's an interesting line, this one, intent is irrelevant. Because I'd hardly imagine somebody justifying some sort of sexual harassment with intent. Seems like a redundant argument. Seems like an argument that would have happened maybe 50 years ago, not into the 2000s, So probably something that has to be looked at again here.
And that's it. Pam.
I just wanted to say that just my mom's coming in today?
MILF.
Thanks, Kevin. Usually the day we talk about sexual harassment is the day that everyone harasses me as a joke. She's coming in today and
So even that sort of makes sense, you know? I think that sort of thing happens. If there's discussions around sexual harassment, then people will... I'm not saying I've done this. I'm not even saying this has happened at my workplace. I'm just trying to empathize with what's being said. It's like sometimes when these things get brought to light, then, you know, maybe a little bit of ice is broken, but then some people maybe take it too far. Do you know what I mean? And start... This is where The Office is really the last place that anyone should be receiving any form of preaching. Do you know what I mean? It's not an office about anything. I mean, obviously sexual harassment is bad. I just don't feel I need a corporation to tell me that. You know what I mean? Like, we have laws. We have the law, actually. And maybe corporations should listen more to that, actually, you know?
we just don't joke around about that stuff in front of her.
Great point. In fact, basic rule of thumb, let's just act every day like Pam's mom's coming in. All right, that's it. If anybody has any questions about anything, you know where I sit in the back.
So let's just act every day like Pam's mom's coming in. And again, Kelly's outfits, I really feel we've got to be paying close attention to outfits, you know? She looks so much older here than what she really is, you know, through outfit. You know, outfit can do that to people. You go wearing an old outfit, you're going to look old, you know?
Hi. Is it over?
Yes.
No.
I can go over with you.
I know, it's good. It is not over. It is not over till it's over. Did he tell you everything? Obviously he didn't, because you all still look relatively happy, albeit bored. Do you realize what we're losing? Seriously.
Email forwards.
Exactly. Mwah. Can we afford to lose email forwards? Do we want that?
I hate them. You send me these filthy emails and you say forward them to 10 people or you'll have bad luck.
Give me a break.
That was so early email days. Remember those stupid emails? That's such... Because 2005, I'd say, is like... You know, obviously, what was email? My first experience of email has got to be... Fuck me. Mid-90s at primary school, right? And then we took a lesson on what a fucking email is. Do you know what I mean? This is email, right? What's the point I was making? The email forwards to send me emails. First email account, I think, was it was either 99 or 2001. Yeah, email forwards, it was a big thing. If you don't forward this, you will get XX bad luck and some bullshit like that. That was big in the day.
Stanley, how about that hot picture you have by your desk? Centerfold in the Catholic schoolgirl's outfit. I mean, it is hot, it is sexy, and it turns him on. And I will admit, best part of my morning is staring at it. But what, are we going to just take it away?
That is my daughter. She goes to Catholic girls' school. I'm taking it down right now.
So, is Stanley always a Catholic? I could have sworn he's a different religion somewhere later on in the series. Well, look, it's interesting to know that Catholics form I'd say form a motif in the show. Dwight tells us that he's a Catholic in season 1, I forget where. But, you know, because obviously Dwight's linked to being Amish. You can't be Amish and Catholic at the same time. It doesn't work, right? And obviously we've also got Dwight linked to Judaism. If you remember, had in Diversity Day, we've got Dwight now linked to being black and to being Jewish, as crazy as that might sound to people, right? So, somebody, was he black and Jewish? Was it that comedian as well? What's his name? I forgot his name. He calls himself a black Jew, a blue. He's a comedian, does funny skits. I have to quickly Google this. I've seen a lot of his stuff on YouTube. I can't think of his fucking name. No, I'm sorry, dude. I got a terrible memory with names and stuff. Go back to this. It's gonna hurt my brain now. I hate it when you. What's his name? Never mind. We'll just we gotta continue. Otherwise, we've gone way over time already.
Girls' school. I'm taking it down right.
Maya Rudolph. Maya Rudolph. I'm not familiar with Maya Rudolph. Maya Rudolph. Is she Jewish as well? Hectic. So maybe just to quickly touch on that, we've got to keep in mind we already know the significance of being black in Hollywood. It's the Hollywood penis matrix, right? But there's just as much significance to being Jewish. What I mean when I say black in Hollywood, I'm talking on screen. Do you understand? I'm talking about on the TV show, in the movie. You know, not in the world, in the industry, in our universe. I'm talking about on-screen universes, right? Black Americans, huge important role because of the Hollywood penis matrix, and that does apply to women. Just to quickly remind people that obviously women do not have penises. It's irrelevant. We use race in exactly the same way. It's just used symbolically, right? But it's the same thing with Jewish people and on screen, right? I mentioned this a little bit last episode, right? But you got to keep in mind it's similar with Germans, not as much. Germans is the second tier. I think I actually mentioned this possibly even to you, Trish, right? But when you see a Jew on screen, 9 out of 10 times, not always, you need to use a bit of discretion, but 9 out of 10 times they are symbolic of Hollywood itself, because there's a lot of Jewish people in Hollywood, right? So when you put a Jewish person on camera, that's sometimes the secret, a Jewish character on camera, right? Doesn't matter if they're actual Jewish. We're talking about, on-screen characters, right? 9 out of 10 times they are symbolic of Hollywood. They are Hollywood. Hollywood makes a lot of movies about Hollywood, about themselves. I mentioned this one to you, Django Unchained, Schultz or whatever his name is, right? He's German, because what's a lot of people should know is a lot of the Jewish guys and gals in Hollywood, a lot of them are actually German Jews. They left, a lot of them, some of them, before the shit went down in World War II, and some of them after when the shit went down. But that's where Hollywood started. Before Hollywood, it was actually Germany. I forget the name of it. Was at the forefront of cinema in the world. And it was also largely Jewish owned. All the shit went down over there. So they left and came to Hollywood and started Hollywood, right? So someone like Schultz in Django Unchained, we all know he's German, but that link is actually suggesting he's Jewish as well, because they're not just any Jewish people in Hollywood. Mostly, not all, but mostly German Jews, like your Seinfelds and your, Bernsteins and, the Steens and, all those like German Jewish background names, right? So, got to keep in mind of those things. very important in the Hollywood language category, right? You need to recognize that a Jewish character is more than just an on-screen Jewish character. Regarding Hollywood language, a Jewish character can often be symbolic of Hollywood. That's very important.
Right now.
What about office romance?
Office relationships are never a good idea, so let's just try to avoid them. But if you already have one, you should disclose it to HR.
So this is the other thing, is it's like, I agree that it's never a good idea. I've never been in an office relationship, had a few opportunities. Only when I'm super mentally fucked up have I ever considered anything like that. Because it's too dangerous. I think it's way too risky to have an office relationship personally, especially if your job's important to you and you need it. Super risky, right? But then to disclose it to HR, you know, it really, as we get to the end of this investigation, we're gonna, well, not even that, we probably already know that the corporation really does interfere a lot in your personal life. What is it anybody's business? If two people are having sex, what is it anybody's business? Actually, quite frankly, who cares if you work together? It's nobody's business. Unless you're having sex in the middle of the office, it's nobody's business. Do you know what I mean? Like the phantom masturbator that we had at the office I worked, right? So it's like, you know, it's none of your fucking business. They interfere, and huge regulatory overreach with these corporations. They literally think they're little kings and gods. I said this in the last analysis I did. They apply to themselves these titles that are applied to presidents. They call themselves presidents and vice presidents, and you know, all the same titles that democratically elected leaders they give themselves. Chairman Mao. Do you know what I mean? Like, who do these people think they are? Sorry? Did you say something there, Trish? No, all good.
All relationships, even a one-night stand.
I think the old honor system.
So that's a huge clue immediately right there. It's like, obviously Phyllis has banged someone at least once, but now I've already hypothesized that she's been having an affair with Stanley. Is that Stanley who's the person, or? And it's probably a good point regarding scope. All relationships, one night stands. What am I meant to tell you exactly? Who's the business who you bang? Yeah. Like maybe, I don't know, maybe you banged someone not so attractive. Maybe it's not your best bang in your life, man or woman. Do you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't matter. Like, maybe a woman banged this dude, she's embarrassed. She's like, I didn't want to bang that guy. Well, now she's got to go tell HR, I banged that really ugly guy, and yeah, I thought I'd tell you. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's not very comfortable.
I think the old honor system was fine. For example, I have never slept with an employee, and believe me, I could have.
Yeah, Meredith.
No, Catherine. Remember her? Remember how hot she was? She would have definitely slept with me.
So, what's interesting here, we've got to remember that Michael is actually black as well, right? Because one of our challenges, we've got to get everybody's body right? But it's interesting to me that he's never had a relationship with anyone inside of the office. In fact, if I remember correctly, I mean, fair enough, like Donna comes into the office. Do you know what I mean? But it's just Holly. It's just Holly that is his proper... Jan. I guess Jan. Well, then I guess this is a bit of bullshit from Michael. This is where we've got to think to what he says.
Yeah, Meredith.
He says he's never had a relationship, but... we've already suspected him of having sex with Jan by this point,
even a
right?
one-night stand.
I think the old honor system was fine. For example, I have never slept with an employee, and believe me, I could have.
Yeah, Meredith.
No, Catherine. Remember?
Yeah. Correct. Well, then... You're right, actually. That's a good point. And same with Holly. Remember, Holly is with HR. HR's with corporate. It's a different reporting line, right? In which case, Michael has done the big dick thing to do. It is not fair, the power imbalance when dealing with a manager who is able to give you more promotions and all this sort of stuff, where there's money and resources involved, right? And this is why, for example, the boss that took my promotion and gave it to his little office whore. I mean, it's the same fucking thing at the end of the day. You're able to do these things. Do you know what I mean? You're able to wield power, unfairly if you should do wish. So it's probably a good thing that Michael has never had a relationship with any of his employees. Although later on in the series, it does appear, let's not forget, it does appear that I believe he's had a relationship with Pam by that point. That's when they go to Diwali. I think around Diwali night. In fact, after Diwali, I think they do go and bang. And let's not forget, he also sleeps with Pam's mum. So, tough one.
Remember how hot she was? She would have definitely slept with me.
She wasn't that hot.
Yes, she was.
Okay.
So, and we've now mentioned this a couple of times, right? But I think it's worth reiterating. This is where we're going to have to be honest. We're going to have to. Who is hot? Who's the hotter man? Who's the hotter woman? Do you know what I mean? Who should really get these things? It's like Barbie, Margot Robbie is your standard for feminine beauty, and Ryan Gosling supposedly the standard for men. This is it, both blonde. This is just, it's irrelevant whether we agree with it, whether it should be that way or not. All that we're interested in is it that way, objectively? Or, maybe not for everyone, but stereotypically, is it like this,
An opposite relationship. It's special. She's nice, she's shy. She's actually here if you want to meet her. Hold on a second. Oh my God, put on a shirt. I told you that you'd be on camera. I'm sorry, she's European. No, I told you that you'd be on camera. Stop.
What if...
See, this is the sort of... Yeah, that's right. She's blonde. Again, with the blonde. Blue eyes, right? A doll. The whole, there's no mistake. Now that we know that Jim is, we're basically dealing with a villain when we're dealing with Jim. Jim is your typical office homosexual. We already know this. Gay meaning lame, of course, right? So it's no surprise that we're seeing him in this just sort of sex doll, embarrassing sort of thing. Do you know what I mean? Like, probably more being spoken there. Not a surprise. It's obviously not Stanley here with his doll, right?
What if Pam was a lesbian? What if she brought her partner into work? Would that...
She could be a lesbian. If she is the job and she's the office mattress, it would necessitate that she's having sex with women as well, right? So, and they're all gay, remember? And she's a dress wearer. She probably is a lesbian. She's gay. Everyone's gay. Remember, everyone's gay.
Be crossing the line?
No.
What if they made out in front of everybody?
Well, that would be...
At home. And I told everybody everything about it.
Okay, I'm lost.
Okay.
Well, I think this is an important point here that is being lost, because this is what we're sort of saying. What is the line? You know what I mean? So what if, Pam was a lesbian and then she does go and make out with whoever, and then, but they do it at home, and then this person goes and tells everyone about it. Isn't that sexual harassment? I mean, let's not forget the episode title. Is that not still some sort of sexual harassment? I don't know. What do you think, Trish? I'm not saying it is or isn't. I'm just asking, what do you think? If someone's... Well, hold on. Let's go to... if I can ask you more from Michael's specific example. So Michael's specific example was you got Pam, a lesbian. She makes out with her partner at home in privacy. And then he, for whatever reason, Michael knows how he knows, who knows what the deal about it is. But Michael then brings this in to the office. Right? Because I understand your point. If we have oversharing, do you know what I mean? We have those elements, and if you've chosen to share a part of your life, well, I also feel it's up to that's your call. Like, I don't feel the company should have anything to do with either. But in this specific example, right, we have a lesbian relationship that has nothing to do with him, and then he has brought this into the office, seemingly more or less to just gossip about it. Right now, regardless, again, regardless of what you think of homosexuality, or if you're a Christian, or if you're not a Christian, or whatever, this is what I was saying earlier. I do strongly, firmly believe in a secular workplace, actually. I think everybody has the right, everybody's got to eat, everybody has the right to earn their bread in peace. Do you know what I mean? Can you imagine? I'm obviously not a lesbian. I'm a man, all right? But we should at least empathize as a human being. Yes, I'm a Christian, but let's say, a lesbian, she's got a private life. Do you know what I mean? She's got a partner. She's doing her job. And then now she rocks up to work on a Monday, and everyone's talking about how she, was going down on her girlfriend or whatever. Nobody has to deal with that in the workplace, man. Do you know what I mean? What has that got to do with anything? Who's bringing that shit in? So in my view, definitely sexual harassment.
Buddy, everything about it.
Okay, I'm lost.
Okay, well, then let's
You can see slight breaking of character here by Paul Lieberstein. It's just very, very slight. He can't hide it in his eyes, but...
Okay, I'm lost.
Okay, well, then let's act it out. Pam, you will be girl A, and girl B will be... Okay, use the...
It's interesting that Phyllis looks down there. I would say... Because, Phyllis shows a hugely, hugely healthy sexual appetite throughout the series. Right? I would almost go as far to say that Phyllis probably wanted to be the one here. Too much thinking. We'll move on.
Okay, use the doll. Pam? I wish Rod Packer was here, because he would love this. I wonder if anybody else would like to do it.
So... Great question. I mean, the first thing that comes to mind, there's a lot of sort of similarity here to Diversity Day. From the perspective of, like, as you said, why is this happening? Why was Diversity Day happening? Diversity Day was happening because Michael went on a huge Chris Rock rant, which is highly, highly racially charged, right? And that's what started Diversity Day. That's what started sending in Mr. Brown to get the signatures, right? So it's like here, is he wearing the same outfit, first of all? Okay, there's the tie from the office. Have we got the same tie on in here?
I wish Rod Packer was here, because he would love this.
It is the same tie? Yeah, it looks like. All right, so what's happened here? Might have to go to the deleted scenes. Kevin's in here. Random character I'm not too familiar with here. In the top right corner. And the pizza. Everyone seems to have like a small shitty piece of pizza on there. It's not like small... What is pizza's got to be symbolic or something. So this is where we're getting down into the particulars. I won't get bogged down. We've got to move on. But see all these little noticeable differences, Plus, this is also where I'm not sure about Darryl and his race per se. Darryl's definitely black here, but is he black later on? Do you know what I mean? Because, Darryl joins the office and yeah. But before that, because this is cool Darryl. This is Darryl that doesn't give a shit. Do you know what I mean? Like,
He would love this. I wonder if anybody else would like to join us. Boom. Coming out of my mouth. Hey, we have to watch Toby's video that he's showing us in order to brainwash us, and I was wondering if anybody would like to join.
so Toby's forced them. I'm just going to do a quick full screen for a second here. Can we see any of that plaque in the background? That's right, we'll move on. We shouldn't, we got to keep going.
Join in. Gonna be fun. Got microwave pizza. What do you say? Jim?
No thanks, I'm good.
That's right, we'll finish it up. I'll try to finish it up in another 20.
My mother's
But
coming.
going way over time lately.
No, but okay. Well, suit yourself.
Still suspect on this whole mother situation, Trish. Do you know what I mean? Like, I still, and it hasn't, and okay, fair enough. We'll give it to the Office fans. They've correctly pointed out the differences in the mothers. All right, everyone's been talking about that for years. Like, she's got 2 different mums. This is, fine. But nobody has discussed the particulars of what the hell she's doing here to begin with. 2-hour drive, 2-hour drive. And by this point, I'd say it's post-lunch. I don't know. Do you know what I mean? It's like, what the hell is the point of this visit? It seems highly, highly propaganda to me.
Hey, Dwight. You said that we could come to you if we had any questions.
Sure.
Yeah. Later on, you mean? Yeah. He wears the sweater. Yeah, that's right. No, I think that's a fantastic point, Trisha, and I think I'd probably be inclined, at this stage anyways, I'd say my base opinion would be that he did know already. That's why he brought that. That's why. Yeah, that's a great. You're on fire here, Trisha. In this moment, I totally, because that was the whole point of pointing out the discussion they have outside. Remember, they all shit on Michael. It's no less sexual harassment. It's exactly the same. Actually, it's just the man version. But again, this is the sort of, you can compare this to sort of how a female pedophile is treated differently. Do you know what I mean? A female pedophile does not get the same scrutiny, especially if she's attractive. Let's be honest, if she's attractive. Yeah. But see, this is the thing that would be, you're right. It is just a big joke. That's what's considered. It's a big joke. You just got to wear it. Do you know what I mean? And it doesn't matter if it's humiliating or if it's fucking, because humiliation forms a very strong motif in the series as well, because that's part of a big part of. What do you mean to say with that? I getcha. Great observation. That's actually pretty fucked up when you put it that way, because it's like, yeah, this is such a, yeah, I know exactly what you mean. This is so pointless, pathetic, and not at all worthy of any serious consideration. It's just a fuck around. We'll have some pizza, have a good time, have a laugh. Who wants to come in and have a laugh with us? That's 100% right. That's it. It's exactly, and I think actually largely this is why office workers don't deserve to get off easy here. Do you know what I mean? It's like, because a lot of office workers are 100% fucking guilty of this sort of shit. I can tell you, if not what more, office workers are fucking lame people, man. They really are. I think those are great observations. What do we have? Let's pull it back for a second.
Well, suit yourself.
Hey, Joby. Hey, Dwight. You said that we could come to you if we had any questions.
Sure.
Where's the clitoris?
So this whole thing now, I don't even know where to begin here. We'll let it keep playing because I want to try and get it closed off.
On a website, it said at the crest of the labia. What does that mean? What does the female vagina look like?
Technically, I am in human resources.
So I don't know whether to believe Dwight there. Do you know what I mean? You're right, but you can in the office. You can in the office. Think about the inverted penises. The motif around inverted penises. Dwight says he can pull his penis up into itself. Right? Plus everyone's male at Schrute Farms. All the abductions. So although I agree with you 100%, I think in the scope of our investigation, I don't know, it makes sense to me. We have a female vagina, that's the sort of vagina you want. And then you've got the fake inverted penis vagina, which is total scam, right? And keeping in mind that symbolism of the woman is symbolic of your, ideal career, I guess, at this point in our hypothesis. The perfect job is the stunning glamour, and the office job is the fake tranny. You know what I mean? Like, that's the comparison being made, So I think it does make sense, but got to keep in mind everything and focused in.
And Dwight was asking about human anatomy. I'm just sad the public school system failed him so badly. Maybe when you get really comfortable with each other, you can ask for that.
Good.
So what do you think, this sounds like a discussion around anal, right? Which brings in, a strong motif again. You consider all the things around Dwight being surrounded by men only on the farm and all that sort of stuff, right? It's all part of it. So just repetition of motifs. We'll move on.
Good. And
I should get back to work.
okay.
In today's fast-paced business climate, it can sometimes be hard to know when a comment or an action crosses the line. Let's take a look at a couple of scenarios and ask ourselves, where is the line?
Like, when you think about it, Trish, like the fact that these videos exist, I mean, it really goes to show it's the proof that the proof is in the pudding at how dumb office workers are. Do you know what I mean? It's like, you're so dumb. You need somebody to tell you not to grope a woman without permission in a workplace. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's an extreme example, but I think it, proves the point.
So, Mike?
Another redhead. It is not a coincidence that this video is called The Natural Redhead. We have got so many gingers in this series. I've shared already currently the hypothesis, which is it's the red herring, which would suggest that, for example, in the episode we're watching right now, this video is the red herring. This video is not where we're meant to be looking. We're probably meant to be looking possibly more with Pam's mom or elsewhere. I know Pam's mom's also a redhead, so you got to be careful, right? But
Hey, settle a bet. natural redhead?
Oh, hey, stop the video.
Now, does that look? Is that sexual harassment? I'm not trying to be. I'm just being honest. Is saying to someone, "Are you a natural hair color?" Is that sexual harassment? My mother was a hairdresser. I used to. I won't say it's in good taste. Just to make my opinion clear, I certainly don't believe walking around going offices asking women, "Are you a natural blonde? Are you a natural this?" Right? In saying that, I don't, because I've worked in a hairdressing salon, a couple of hairdressing salons before, believe it or not, more than one. Because my parents had a hairdressing salon for a family business, and for me, asking someone their natural hair color, I don't know if I'd call that sexual harassment. In saying, I'm. Yeah. When you put it that way, I totally agree with that. Like if you've just popped out of from around the corner and you're saying, we've been, you're implying we've been talking about you for the last 10 minutes, and will you settle a bet for us? Are you a natural redhead? Again, I don't know if I'd call it sexual harassment though. I would call it harassment. Is it sexual harassment? Of appearance? I guess so. Well, I guess that's the difference in me. I don't see it as asking her about her parts. Let's have a look.
And ask ourselves, where is the line?
Natural redhead.
Hey, Marie.
So, Mike?
Hey, settle a bet. Are you a natural redhead?
Like, it's obviously inappropriate, the whole thing. I'm just, it sort of reminds me of, just for the sake of being a stickler, it's like in the Diversity Day episode where when they're playing the race cards, they're not all races on the cards. Do you know what I mean? So it's not so much about, and I felt so icky doing that, right? Going, oh, who's what and what's what, but this is where they send you. So it's like, I acknowledge this is inappropriate, it's rude. I don't know. If I accept your view, Trish, that they are referring to her private parts, then I 100% agree. Completely, absolutely sexual harassment, right? I'm not excusing them, but
I know you. Are you a natural redhead?
look, I think it's stupid. Nevertheless, it's just, I don't know. I guess they just look like a bunch of fucking losers. I just think sexual harassment is a very serious thing, and I don't know, man. Just, I don't know. Somebody's saying, "Are you a natural brunette? Are you a natural blonde?" I just think it's a bit strong. No, that's true. It's true. I get, yeah. It does come across as icky. It's obviously fucked, but I just think, yeah, look, we'll move on. I just think there's a, and it's by no means defending these types of assholes. They're obviously assholes, but it is also about accuracy. Harassment is one thing, sexual harassment is another thing. Do you know what I mean? Like there are gradients with these things. So
Oh, hey, stop the video. Stop it right there. Stop it right there. That's that girl from that thing. I banged this girl right here.
yeah. It's like the least flattering, most... Yeah, 100%. Well, let's compare the discussion. Let's compare this discussion they're having. Well, let's finish the discussion here.
Yes, this is the one. You remember? The party? You banged her? Right here. You are a naughty girl.
Okay. Hypocrite. Okay, she is a hypocrite. That is such a scam. Okay.
Yes?
Okay. So... See, this is what I said. I don't know. This is what I was saying to you a couple of weeks ago, the last one that you were on. Even I think I repeated it 2 weeks ago as well. That this show really fucks with your head. Do you understand? Like, the perfect example is the Diversity Day one where you're going through the cards and you're like, well, that's a religion, this is a nationality. It really makes you look, do you know what I mean? Like, what do you think? How do you see the world? No one's escaping anything with the Office creators, right? But it does require some honesty. So it's like, again, comparing the discussions just for the sake of comparison. If we go to Diversity Day for a second, Michael, this is the sort of the hypocrisy we see there is Michael does the exact same Chris Rock bit that they called Mr. Brown into the office for. Michael does it to his face, right? Think about that. That's outrageous. Do you know what I mean? Like, and what Michael Scarn's basically done, he just exposes the company for being what they are. He goes, look, I'll do it on camera in front of the supposed Mr. Brown, and you'll see that nothing's gonna happen. And nothing did happen. And similarly is how I sort of see it here. It's not defensible asking her if she's a redhead. I think it could be in a work environment considered harassment. I think sexual harassment is a strong label for it. That's my honest belief, because it's like a comment about somebody's hair. And don't get me wrong, I agree that the whole ickiness and the whole, the facials and the frat boyness and all that, right? Inappropriate, loser, pathetic, all of it. But to say sexual harassment, it probably does fall into the category, but I just think they're very strong words. Do you know what I mean? These things are, these things can ruin a man's life, right? So if we're going to go saying a man sexually harassed someone, right, sexual harassment can land you in jail. I don't think something like that should land you in jail, asking, that's, I'm just drawing a distinction here. But now when we go to what's happened post in the video, and then Darryl's like, I banged this girl, you dirty girl. Do you know, I banged this girl right here. Oh, this is such a scam. This is now, I think, we are going into blatant sexual fucking meanings and terminologies, and I don't know. This could be completely wrong, but I am being honest with how I see it, which I think is going to be important when we do our movie. We just have to be honest, even if it's not about agreeing on it. It's about trying to, just communicating the human experience. Do you know what I mean? I see what's followed here as a lot worse, and I almost see that similar to the Diversity Day example, where it's like, Michael does the tirade to Mr. Brown on camera, and again, we have men in a room talking sexually about a woman in a sexual harassment video. It's the shrine of hypocrisy thing again, And I guess maybe even for me comparing that difference in the video, because in the maybe this is the better way to put it, rather than, because I don't want to come across as defending what's in the video, but if we're to be honest, what we see happen in the video isn't what most women I think are concerned about. Do you know what I mean? What I mean by that is, like, in the scope of things that could be said to them in a sexually harassing way, it's probably, it's low on the totem pole, and that's what you put in the video. Look at the examples we've covered in here. We covered the Pam lesbian example, where, she has a little lesbian moment, and then that gets spread around the office. It's highly sexual information, man. Do you know what I mean? It's no one's business. Same here. I banged this girl. Same with putting her in this, as you said, the blowjob puckered perspective, right? It's all sexual, right? So I think this is another example where it's like, not only does the video get it wrong, do you know what I mean? But here it is happening while we watch the video. So it's just pointless exercise, as just like Mr. fucking Brown, right? Just pointless.
Yes? Yes, I did. Okay. Well, we can talk about that later then.
Okay. You are never going to believe this. The girl in the video we're watching, the corporate gave us, Darryl banged her.
And the other sort of just hypocritical moment is, at this point in our hypothesis, Michael, you've banged, married Jan, right? So
90% sure.
Don't ever let this little bitch drive you around town. We got lost for half an hour.
I don't have any DUIs, so I can drive myself, but thanks.
Where's...
Got lost for half an hour. How lost can you get in Scranton? Yeah, that's the other thing. I can see in any other normal scenario, no, with Packer. Yeah, he'd want to get back ASAP with Packer. Nah. No way. No way. Keeping... Maybe you've got to also keep in mind that, we have hypothesized, or it's part of the hypothesis, that Ryan is one of the 3 undercovers. So it could have been also Ryan's, what's it called? Ryan's instigation. In fact, based on Packer's reaction as he enters, it would appear that it's Ryan's fault. Do you know what I mean?
Don't ever let this little bitch drive you around town. We got lost for half an hour.
So Ryan, it seems like, was up to something here in this moment, I reckon. That'll be a guess.
I need DUIs, so I can drive myself, but thanks.
Where's Michael Snot sniffing some dude's...
So it's not the first time that we have Michael referred to as Michael Snot. Remember, Erin refers to Michael as Michael Snot, or she hears Snot, and then they start laughing about it, right? So we've got Michael Scott. Actually, remember when we have how we get to Mr. Rogers? It was a Regis, and and then we finally get to Mr. Rogers. The same sort of naming convention is happening here with Michael Scott. So Michael Scott, Michael's not, Michael's even like because these are racially charged terms. But what's Michael's, because Michael says his name's what? Michael Schoon. Right, that's a derogatory word. Coon is a derogatory word for a black person, right? So Michael's not Michael Scott. Michael Scott is Michael Scarn. Michael Schoon. Like, do you see how they've played with Michael's name so much, right? And again, I've avoided doing that Michael Schoon one, but once we find out Michael's black, then it's him saying it. Do you see how they fuck with everyone's mind? Like, got to really pay attention to everything.
Probably.
Sniffing some dude's thong.
So you are the lawyer, Mr. O'Malley. I know a lot of lawyer jokes.
I love lawyer jokes.
Well, it's probably because you don't get them. When I said before...
So it's not the first time we've seen Michael sort of hate lawyers. He hates lawyers here. He hates lawyers at the deposition. right? He seriously does not like lawyers. Probably surface narrative critique that your boss in a lot of these corporate environments does not like lawyers either. Man, if you could just bring your lawyer to sit down next to you 9 till 5 every day in the office, mate, they'd be shitting themselves, you know?
Or that I was king of forwards, you gotta understand that I don't come up with this stuff. I just forward it along. You wouldn't arrest a guy who's just delivering drugs from one guy to another.
You know, this is the whole thing about middle management. You know, that is all they do. They just forward emails, actually. Do you know what I mean? And I probably sort of understand Michael's perspective. Like, okay, you still do arrest him as a drug dealer. He's still a fucking drug dealer. But he ain't the head honcho. Who's the head honcho? It's corporate, man. It's the billionaires. It's them. This guy's nothing. Do you know what I mean? It's always these guys that go down. It needs to be some bigger guys that have to go down.
Michael, what's the problem?
The problem is that I am the boss, and apparently I can't say anything.
Well, that's true in a way. You can't say anything.
Where's the line? Where's the line, Jan?
Do you need to see the video again, Michael?
See, and this is where the sort of surface narrative theme starts to come up for me, Trish. And I don't know about you, but for me, it starts to build the message, because it's like, where is the line? That was the name of the movie. And during that movie, I even mentioned, well, is this sexual harassment? I'm not saying it's right, but is it? Do you, like in a court, we are investigators here, Trisha. We should take this serious to the perspective of like, it's not about defending those two men, but I also don't want to send an innocent man to jail. Do you know what I mean? Like, okay, you're a dickhead, but is it sexual harassment? Maybe not sexual harassment, it's harassment. Do you know what I mean? Where is the line? Now we're having this sort of motif around where is the line? And not from the perspective of how it might be put forward by certain corporate-minded people. To them, to see, and this is the problem in today's age, when some people go, where's the line? In their mind, like we're sort of hearing from Michael Scott here, in their mind, it's like, where's the line? I've been silenced now. I can't say anything. Do you know what I mean? Like some people, I think, use that sort of excuse to want to, I don't know, use the N-word again or something. Do you know what I mean? It's like, I can't say anything anymore, when it's really just, you know, in that case of that individual, they're racist and that's it. It's got nothing to do with where's the line. But here, I think there is a line element here, even ignoring what is sexual harassment or not. I think the line is simply, you know, it's not so much about where it is as opposed to who's dictating it here. You know, that's probably the issue that's coming to my mind. It's like, you know, you have the example you put in the video, which is ambiguous enough. We have mixed feelings. If there's mixed feelings over it, I'd say this much, Trish. If there's mixed feelings over it, the message is not clear enough. Do you know what I mean? If I'm here as a man saying, is that sexual? I'm not saying it's right, but is that sexual harassment? The message has not been communicated well enough. A proper sexual harassment video should be, you and I look at it and go, that's sexual harassment. That's fucked, and probably shouldn't need a video in a perfect world, you know? So where is the line? Who's dictating the line? It's just like in Michael's Diversity Day video that he does, where he's the Abraham Lincoln. Yeah, like so what did we end up saying there? That he was, you know, the guys are pointing to their own video, basically. It's like, who's made the video? We made the video. We're on the video. We made the video. This is how it should be, right? So
No, we didn't. What?
So even that, I strongly compare this to the Mr. Brown example. That is an example, a blatant, undeniable one. You cannot have a blow-up sex doll. That, you know, okay, it's too sexual, right? And someone could definitely complain about harassment, or depending on how it's used. You know, let's keep in mind in this episode, and this is now where the hypocrisy comes up, whose face is stuck onto that? It's Michael's. Remember, he's the little. That's right. Now, if that happened to a woman, that would be fucked up, right? If you plastered the face of a woman's picture on a fucking sex doll and threw it in the fucking warehouse, you're getting fired, man. Like, deservedly. But is it shrine of hypocrisy to put a man's face on it? Remember in this episode, they're teasing him about his package, teasing him about his pants, teasing him about being queer. Now they put his face on the fucking doll. Or is it just similar to the pedophilia towards young boys? It's because maybe the female pedophile might be physically attractive. And, people don't think sometimes this is the reality. So is this what we're seeing here? The show's really deep, man. Do you know what I mean? Like, it is... They have got a lot to say, that inner circle. Let's not forget, they have 9 years of shitting on this work environment. Rightfully so.
Attention, everyone. Hello. Yes, I just want you to know that this is not my decision, but from here on out, we can no longer be friends. And when we talk about things here, we must only discuss work-associated things.
So I sort of understand Michael's thing. Like, if you've got two friends, see, but this is ultimately the problem with this is why working in an office is fucking gay, ultimately, right? Just like in the beginning with our CFO, I don't buy that his secretary didn't at least know half of what she's doing when she's fucking her boss on his desk. Do you understand? Like, I understand there's pressures involved. Do you understand? All those things we've discussed. But, hey, man, you also got to stand up for yourself in this world. Do you know what I mean? And rather than banging your boss, you complain straight away. You create a fuss. You create a scene. You know what I mean? Like, so back to the point, though, I can sort of understand where Michael's coming from here. Like, the company shouldn't be dictating, private discussions between two people. It could be about anything. Do you know what I mean? I've had work colleagues where we've talked about shit, but it just goes again to show that working in an office is gay. Any of those relationships can change at any time. Do you know what I mean? One day your secretary's banging you on the desk, the next day she's suing you. Do you know what I mean? That's the office environment. It doesn't have to be you as a manager. It could be anything. Do you know what I mean? Let's not forget, it's Jan who's banging Dwight Jr. and Hunter and all these. It's no difference. It's the same shit, right? So.
And you can consider this my retirement from comedy. And in the future, if I want to say something funny or witty or do an impression, I will no longer ever do any of those things.
Does that include that's what she said?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Wow, that is really hard. You really think you can go all day long?
I'm only going to briefly touch on this. It almost comes across in this moment that it's sort of, it's setting up Michael, but setting him up in a bad way. Both Jim and Dwight are guilty of this throughout the series. Do you know what I mean? They both have their ambitions. They probably want to be manager, right? And big part of it is getting rid of Michael first. Not necessarily in a bad way, as long as he gets promoted or, this is, again, the other thing that sucks about an office. You ain't getting promoted until the guy on top of you is getting promoted. Do you know what I mean? Because they're not leaving. Unless they leave, there's no other job opening. It's just this pyramid scam,
Well, you always left me satisfied. Yeah, I see him.
Yeah, well, that's right. It's pretty obvious what Jim's doing here. They're highly sexually... No, she doesn't do shit. What the fuck just happened there? The reason... See, we got to remember what these corporate types, what their goal is. What does she really care about at the end of the day? What do they all care? They only care about one thing, Trish, really, at the end of the day. Just... That's it. That's it. And because liability is basically a fancy word for money. Do you know what I mean? It's just, I don't want to pay anyone money. I don't want to pay him a normal wage. I don't want to do anything. Do you know what I mean? So I just got to check this stream. Stream looks like it's temporarily blocked. So we'll continue. It always comes back to money. Do you know what I mean? Isn't it spelled? Oh, we got Slate who's commented it here. Isn't it spelled Beasley rather than Beasley? Have we missed out on something? Slate's pointed out something. I think there was a misspelling of the surname Beasley. That must have been. Let me put a quick. He was on stream. That must have been in the image of Kevin's the screenshot. Yeah, I just saw that now, Slate. So my apologies. Too many things to monitor. Where is that fucking email? Come on. Why can't I find it ever easily? Yeah, I should have. Yeah, it should go on to the Reddit page as well, because that's something that someone might point out. Come on, mate. It's got to be here. Just give me 1 second. I think it's worth just having a look at that again. So now we've got to try wrap this up in the next 10-15 minutes. If I can't find it in 2 minutes, I'm just leaving it. Beasley, where the fuck? Here we go. Finally. Yep, he's right. Nice spot. Slate, nice spot. 100%. So what the hell is going on here? Same with the surname Lappin. I think that can be spelled differently. Look at the Schrute. There's no C in Schrute either. Yeah, great. I'll do a quick response here. Yeah, he's popped off. Anyway, we'll move on. So that yeah. I think we know that we've got a bit of work to do there. So back to what you're saying, 100% is milking it.
Michael, please. Please.
Come on.
You would have done the same. You just didn't think of it first.
And it probably is just another, critique on the environment, because it's like, well, could you imagine in the writer's room, we had a number of women in the writer's room here for this show. Can you imagine in that environment half this, like, look at the stuff we're talking about, Trish. We could talk about this stuff easily in a writer's room, all this stuff. Who cares? It's just, do you know what I mean? That's what makes a writer's room and Hollywood a fun and cool, happy place to be. But not the office. Do you know what I mean? It's like, this is what you're dealing with.
Michael, please. I really, that's not my sense of humor.
Okay. Hello, Jan, Mr. O'Malley. This is my lawyer, James P. Albini. I believe you may recognize his face from the billboard, Free Boards. He specializes in free speech issues.
And motorcycle head injuries, workers' comp, and diet pill lawsuits.
So it's funny that the creators are now bringing free speech into it. And at least this is where being specific on what constitutes sexual harassment, I think, is important. In the United States, you've got the First Amendment. First is the one for free speech, I'm pretty sure, and second's the guns. Don't quote me on this. I'm obviously Australian, right? So, but, without opening up like a huge Pandora's box of philosophical discussion, at the very simple level, these corporations, man, they think they're just, as I said, they're presidents, like little gods, all this sort of stuff. To the point where they think they can overrule constitutions and freedoms of speech and all sorts of stuff, dude. It's just ridiculous,
He does it all.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Michael.
Because it does bring it up. Like something like saying, is that your natural hair color? I don't know. I don't think it's sexual harassment. I don't think it's appropriate, but is it a sackable offense? I don't know. It's a tough one. You know, I think as it's a context, a lot of things have got to be sort of factored into account there. And there was a point I was making there. I forgot the point. We'll move on. There was a point.
What? Mr. O'Malley is our corporate lawyer. We have him on retainer to protect the company as well as upper-level management.
So this is the other thing that the creators are now showing you, because you know Michael's done all this supposedly fucked up stuff, right? And now you're thinking normal human being, which is Michael. This is why Michael Scarn's such a good character, right? He's really just revealing the truth about the place he works. He's not with the company, right? But the normal person thinks, oh shit, I've done all this stuff. I'm in a mess now. I'll get my lawyer. The company's gonna ream me today, right? No, is the company coming to ream him? No, the company's sent in, just like in it's basically Diversity Day 2.0. It's almost identical, right? They send the lawyer in, and he's there to protect you, Michael. He's there to protect you and us, the company, right? That's why. It shouldn't be that way. After doing all this wrong stuff, he should be in trouble. The manager should be in trouble and should be getting sued and all sort of stuff should be happening. Nope.
Such as yourself.
The shock.
I am so used
See, I'm
to
not in
being
trouble. That's what he's trying to show us, the view. I'm not in trouble. I've done all this stuff and I'm not in trouble. Just like I did the Chris Rock bit and I'm not in trouble. Unbelievable.
bad boy. I am so used to fighting corporate that I forget.
Where is exactly right? Perfect, Trisha. Where's the line? At what point? That's excellent. At what point does some sort of ramification fall on top of this man's head?
That I am corporate, upper management. They hooked me up with an attorney to protect me. You can't be too careful about what you say. More money, more problems. Okay.
See, and that's funny that sort of comes up again, because that's really what it's down to, right? It's just about money. That's all. It's just, should somebody have a case to sue, so we lose money, you know?
Let's get you out of here, James. I think we're under an hour still. So.
Yeah, but I did a lot of paperwork at home before I got
We'll
here.
talk about it later. Thanks for coming in.
Here's a big moment. So it's like, man, it's got to be pushing. Let's not forget. Jan's in New York. All right? She's come here. Like, this has got to be like afternoon that her mum's rocked up. All right? She lives 2 hours away. So it's like, I thought New York was isn't New York 4 hours away from Scranton? Philly's 2 hours. And I think Scranton's 2 hours from Philly. Don't quote me on this, you've probably know better. I'm just taking a wild guess. But either way, right? It's like, it's past lunchtime. We had our little pizzas watching the videos and stuff. So it's like, what are you doing here? What is this woman doing here? Also, when I take a note of the colors, she's wearing orange. Orange has been compared to be whorish by Phyllis, but that doesn't really give us much more information as what it means symbolically. I think both you and Slate, I'm not sure, one of you guys did a post bringing up a lot on the colors. I think it was maybe Slate, around the colors around the... Was that you? Sorry, my apologies. You know, like the Irish flag, Italian flags, and greens and oranges, and I think this reinforces that observation, you know? Do you have any comments on that one, Trish, at all? Just regarding the outfit and the colors at all or anything? Interesting. We've got a little bit of orange down here as well, sort of in the middle of the screen. We'll continue. This whole little reaction seems a little bit bullshitty. Let's watch this again.
Hello.
finally made it. Hello.
Just trying to see her age.
I love my mom. Okay, that's probably the most obvious statement ever. Okay.
This is all yours?
Yeah, I'm in charge of this whole
Oh my
area.
goodness, that's right.
So it's like,
Mom. Okay, that's probably the most obvious statement ever.
This is all yours?
Yeah, I'm in charge of this whole
Oh my
area.
goodness, that's right.
it doesn't look like she's ever been there, her mum, to her job. So, you know, why all of a sudden bring your mum?
So a guy goes.
And then where does he throw it? You know, that's where Vance Refrigeration is. I think that should be mindful of that, because it pops into the warehouse afterwards, right? That doll, or is it beforehand? No, it's for when. Yeah, it's after. You're right. It is after. So it's when he gets pizza. It's when he gets pizza for the warehouse. I think he finds it. You know when Boys and Girls, I think, is the episode when Janie's having her girls seminar and then he has to go down to the warehouse and do his guys seminar. I think it pops up there. So he's thrown it there. He throws it. So again, that's an important one. You know, what's the connection between Bob Vance and here? Oh yeah. Yeah, I see what you mean. It's a good point, actually.
So a guy goes home, tells his wife, honey, pack your bags, I just won the lottery. She goes, oh my God, that's incredible. Where are we going? He goes, I don't know where you're going. Just be out of here by 5.
So this is another example of like the line. It's a sexist joke, right? It is a sexist joke. You know, what's clear just from what we're looking at here is, it's just this whole concept, as you've said, of where's the line and all this sort of thing. Like, it just keeps on repeating. Where is the line here, you know? What's the line? Where's the line?
Boom!
This is where I used to keep my computer.
Oh, right,
But then
I
moved
remember
it.
with the picture.
Yeah, yeah.
Which, this one here, yeah. It's funny you mention that you as we continue this and get deeper into it, but that's the case with every single episode. Do you understand? The order's not correct, right? So well pointed out. Another part. It's a big part of what we need to do in this mystery.
Here by 5. Boom!
This is where I used to keep my computer.
Oh, right,
But then
I remember
moved
with
it.
the picture.
Yeah, yeah.
So it's like, this is where I used to keep my computer, and then her mother is aware that's where she used to keep her computer. Something sounds sus there. We'll move on because we got 2 minutes to finish this off, and then we're almost done. We're just gonna finish it off. But so, has she been there before? Do you know what I mean? What the hell's going on here? This whole situation with the mum, hugely suspicious.
Organization. So this is like organization station.
Oh, hey, handsome.
You look great.
Oh, thank you. So, we ready for dinner?
Well,
Because you're right. Is this like, where the hell does this? It's almost like he's gotten changed completely. He must have known she's coming. He must have known. Yeah, he looks completely fresh. Shower, there might be a shower in the warehouse. I don't know. I could be wrong there, but like, I'm familiar with warehouses having showers. Do you know what I mean?
you know,
No? I've had, I think, 3 warehouses that I've not worked in but familiar with that had showers. Which is pretty weird now that I think about it.
Actually, I kind of need to stall a bit, but it's okay because I am very used to killing time.
The other thing I'd say is it looks a little bit chunkier here, Roy. I'd say a little bit more overweight to me. And it seems like he's going a little bit more bald.
I'm going to go wait in the parking lot. And,
Not from that angle.
What for the ride? A little classical, a little oldies?
Oh, anything is fine.
So just super lame, that whole thing. What tunes do you want for the ride? But remember, vehicles are an extension of the human body, so the fuck is really going on here?
All right, we'll see ya.
So, which one is Jim? Just wanted to know. No, it's all right.
Okay, 10 minutes.
Something seems... See, this is where, like, back in the day when the show was going live, this is where I've changed as a guy, right? I think I might have mentioned this already, but the first time I ever watched the series, I started watching the series live from season 3. Do you know what I mean? When it was released at the time. And, you know, I always used to sort of side with Jim. I'm like, fuck Pam. She's a little bit of a hoe, is how I used to think. She's like, she's just playing everyone. Oh, fuck you. I really took this sort of male-centric perspective in the initial phase with Pam. I'm just like, fuck, this is not a chick you want to get involved with, you know? And then as the years went by, then it's actually Jim who I've hated more and more, because I'm just like, Jim, man, you're just, what a piece of shit of a man, actually, completely, right? They're obviously both pieces of shit, but it's like, just, what is this? Ignoring any male or female specificities, right? I think it's pretty straightforward. You got an engaged individual talking to their mother about another person who they're not engaged to. I mean, who's going to be happy about this? No man or woman would be happy about this. It's just really another example of unfaithfulness. If you're already doubting before you're married, it's not going to, you know, it's a disaster waiting to happen.
He's at a nymphomaniac convention. And he is psyched because all these women are smoking hot, perfect 10s, except for this one chick who looks a lot like,
Phyllis? No. That crosses the line.
Excuse me?
Not you. Kevin. Just unwarranted.
Is that the line? Is the line when it becomes specific to someone? You know, I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying, is this what the creators are telling us? Is if it's only specific, if it's done sort of to a crowd, maybe it's okay. I don't know.
Hostile work environment, Kevin.
Well, Packer said it.
No, you said it. He pointed. A point is not a say.
That's the other thing. Even who is going to get done? Even if the line is crossed, who gets done? I mean, he's not to his best friend. Do you know what I mean? So who gets done? Kevin has to take it. Fuck, it's not really Kevin's fault.
Look, Kevin, we are a family here. And Phyllis is a valued member of that family, like a grandmother.
I'm the same age as you, Michael.
No, I don't know about that.
We're the same high school class.
Well, I have a late birthday, and usually September is a cutoff point. You know what? You just crossed the line.
So getting old and being older, huge part of the office. Just people wasting their time in offices, getting old.
Okay, there's a line, and you went over it, and you must be punished. So go to your corner.
You mean where my desk is?
So that's the other thing, because that's how it's meant to work, right, Trish? You cross the line, you've done the wrong thing, and now you need to be punished. That's the system, isn't it? You know? Because if that system doesn't happen, then people keep doing the same fucked up shit.
Yes, your corner, go.
Okay.
And what's his punishment? Go.
I have a lot of work to do anyway.
Go to your corner and do your work.
Really got to you.
That's the punishment. Do your job. Wow.
They didn't get to me. I got to them. I am still the same old Michael Scott. New and improved.
Probably did get to them. We probably have to look at this from the Michael Scott paradox perspective, and because we have sort of half picked up what he's doing here. You know, we've picked up on all of the hypocrisies he keeps on unearthing, and there's a lot in this episode. You know.
You know what?
It's still no clearer where the line is. Not in a human sense. Do you know what I mean? I'm talking about in an office sense. Where is the line exactly? Still don't really know. You know, if we're gonna go from an episode perspective, I can't say I'm definitively like this is where the line is. You know. Yeah, actually, great. Where is the line? It's the bottom line. It's fantastic. That deserves to be put up on Reddit. That's the only line they care about, you know?
Phyllis. You know what else?
She's wearing orange as well, Phyllis. Interesting.
She is an
Quite a
incredibly,
bit of orange happening.
incredibly
Still got grey-haired Phyllis here.
Come here. Come here, Chris. Come on.
Michael, come on. You don't have to worry. I'm not
worried.
To HR.
You know what? The only thing I am worried about is getting a boner.
So the other thing here is like Phyllis didn't report him to HR. Same sort of situation, unless who's reported who to HR here. How did this all happen? So.
Good work today, everybody.
And then you know how Michael said that. Yeah, he was in there. Yeah, great point. Maybe that's. Yeah, maybe that's the correct order. That's how it has to be cut off. And then you know how Michael says that. You know how Packer says to Michael, they did a number on Michael, and he's like, I did a number on them. It could also be similar to like. Maybe Michael's just reported himself. Maybe that's the height of the shrine of hypocrisy, where the manager does the wrong thing, reports himself doing the wrong thing. Like, did you know what I mean? Is there any bigger of an expose of the system than doing all those things and going, look here, I'm the manager. Nothing ever happens. Look at me. Here, watch this. And from that perspective, that's right. Nothing happened. Yeah, that's right. Isn't it amazing? Aren't the creators, they're so smart. Do you know what I mean? So when Michael says something like that, like, I screwed with them today, sort of, he's right. Michael Scarn did. Look how much Michael Scarn's shown us. Company doesn't give a shit. Bottom line.